As long as it matches my hearing representation.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second day of the conference and the third session, which this morning we'll be looking at Guerrilla Girls in the Making. And it is with great pleasure that I introduce our keynote speaker, Professor Juliet Simpson. Juliet is full professor of art history, chair of cultural memory.
Chair of cultural memory.
Cultural memory, okay. And sorry.
That's okay.
And research director in the Centre for Arts, Memory and Communities at Coventry University. She is an internationally recognised expert in long 19th and early 20th century art, visual culture and gender, French fin de siècle art and cultural memory, word, image and the emotions, reception and afterlives of Gothic and Northern Renaissance visual cultures in the long 19th and 20th centuries. Her publications include Critical Exchange, Art Criticism in Russia and Western Europe, co-edited with Carol Adlam, Emotional Objects, Northern Renaissance Afterlives in Object, Image and Word, 1890s to 1920s, the special issue of Journal of the Northern Renaissance, co-edited with Gabriel Ripple. Gothic Modernisms, Enchanted Spaces of Art and Modernity, 1860s to 1930s, which is forthcoming with Peter Lang. And numerous articles, most recently Lucas Cranach's Legacies, Baudelaire's Uncanny Urban Spirituel, and the Eisenheim Altarpiece and War. Juliet Simpson has held visiting fellowships at Wolfson College, Oxford, and the Warburg Institute, London, visiting professor at University of Amsterdam in conjunction with the Royal Netherlands Academy and Rijksmuseum. She is currently visiting international fellow at the Kate Hamburger Center for Apocalyptic and Post-Apocalyptic Studies at the University of Heidelberg. She is guest curator and concept lead for her international scholarly exhibition, Gothic Modern, 1875 to 1925, Edvard Munch to Kate Kollwitz, to be held in Helsinki, Oslo, and Berlin in 2024 to 25. And she has curated in partnership with the Finnish National Gallery Atheneum, the Alta National Gallery, and Oslo National Museum. Gothic Modern sheds light on the medieval as a border-crossing identity of art, gender, and cultural spaces beyond the nation-centric. Professor Simpson is a Fellow of the Royal Society of Arts and Royal Historical Society UK. She sits on the international advisory boards of the British Council, the Venice Fellowships Programme, and 19th Century Art Worldwide. It is with great pleasure and my honour to introduce Professor Juliet Simpson, who will be speaking this morning on Guerrilla Girls from Muses into Makers, Elizabeth Siddal and Victorine Meurent Reloaded. Thank you very much, Juliet.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Adelina. And first, a very warm thanks to the conference organisers, to AIWAC 3 conveners, Consuelo and Adelina for this invitation, and also to all at AIWAC 3, the whole team, for organising and bringing us all together for this really splendid and very significant event, and its exploration of a topic which has never been out of the news, but is very much right at the heart of attention. So I'm thrilled to be here, and thank you very much for inviting me to give this lecture. So the topic of today is Guerrilla Girls in the Making. And this is very central to what I'd like to explore today. The history of art, as we know, is replete with female muses, muses who in notable cases are artists, but whose agentive and creative visibility remains eclipsed, or even in key cases undone by their constructs as muse and their relations to canonicity. And here we see two muses that are going to be my focus of attention this morning. Elizabeth Siddal on the left, as painted by Dante Gabriele Rossetti, and the unforgettable face of Victorine Meurent, here modelling for Manet in his luncheon on the grass. So my lecture this morning is concerned with two of the most arguably celebrated models, Siddal and Meurent, of key makers of modern art. That is, of course, Dante Gabriele Rossetti and Edward Manet, of which the history of art has heard very much about. But what's going to be pivotal for us here is to challenge cultural and canonical perspectives on these muse-artist interactions. And I will argue to shed light on two muses who speak back to power. Muses whose neglected significance as artists and as networkers opens new insights into their artistic uses of the uncanny, of alterity, and also, as we'll see in Meurent's case, of the performative as key yet hidden modalities of artistic challenge, vision, new agencies of the modern, and in particular, new agencies of the artist, of the female model artist. Now, this is not just, of course, limited to the case of Siddal and Meurent, although we'll be concentrating very much on them. But I would also like to just draw your attention to ways in which the whole loading, the kind of oppressive status as muse continues to eclipse, continues to embattle the reputation of the artist, as in the case here of Suzanne Valadon, who, of course, again was very much Renoir's face. And then in the case of Lee Miller, the surrealist muse, but here we see, of course, the Lee Miller as artist and as photographer, here actually absolutely at the front, showing herself, really staging herself very much, but being in the conflict zone in Normandy in 1944, where her work as a war photographer, including, of course, the famous staging of herself in Hitler's bath in his Munich flat, has now become justly celebrated. So what I'm going to focus on in this lecture is to shine a new light, however, on these two women, Elizabeth Siddal, alias Ophelia, and Victorine Meurent, alias Olympia, how these two women negotiate their roles as muse and artist to stage war on their represented status, and why this might matter for us today. So we will come back to these two rather wonderful self-portraits. The Meurent self-portrait only very recently discovered shortly, as we'll see. First to Elizabeth Siddal, alias Ophelia. Elizabeth Siddal, who I'm now going to suggest is the muse who eventually refuses. Her moment of celebrity, as is well documented, burst into the 19th century as Shakespeare's tragic heroine, Ophelia, in John Everett Millet's painting of that title. Elizabeth Siddal's casting and Millet's reimagining of her was doubly iconic. Not only did it secure for Millet John Ruskin's unswerving support as the leading artist of his young pre-Raphaelite contemporaries, it turned Elizabeth Siddal's image and of her flame-coloured red hair into the new poster girl for these pre-Raphaelite ambitions, or what Jan Marsh calls their mascot. The word is indeed, this is Jan Marsh, the feminist art historian, but the use of the word here as Siddal as mascot, I would say, is revealing. Yet Siddal as the uber muse, as the tribune, paradoxically is conjured here in an image of her almost complete powerlessness, of a woman gone mad through love in a state of deathly sleep in her own state of self-destruction. Elizabeth Siddal survived the modelling and the freezing bath in which she modelled just. From a working class family, reputedly spotted by Walter Devereux, an artist in the pre-Raphaelite circle, working in a milliner's shop, perhaps Siddal came from tougher stock. However, what is more likely is Siddal's intuitive grasp that the routes to self-expression and agency for a young woman of her status in mid-19th century Britain were very narrow indeed, circumscribed by class, wealth, and patriarchal boundaries. It's a familiar story, especially for us here. Yet there are many aspects of Elizabeth Siddal's rapid watery elevation from artist model to muse of muses that still merit much closer attention for our topic of war in this conference. Modelling was indeed Siddal's entry to a bohemian world of artists and their muses. It was an opportunity to live an unconventional, romantic artistic life, which was seemingly unconstrained by Victorian domestic and social mores. Yet, as key scholars have shown, and we must include the roll call here, Marsh, Pamela Gerrish-Nunn, and Lucinda Hawksley in a very important study on Siddal in 2008, the revolutionary brotherhood into which Siddal is initiated as model and lover, but rarely as an artist, is one for whom a widespread fashion for the saintly, passive, self-destructive, and deathly female heroine in the period's visual and literary cultures is pursued to the point of being a cult, almost an obsession. It's a theme that Siddal herself takes on in her early works, as we'll see shortly, in the negotiation of agency, freedom, that subtly suggests how the constraining mythic stereotype, and this is of course fallen, bloodless women, can be used to subvert and reimagine it, and to reinvent this stereotype as a site of conflict. Yet there are also important differences in the vision of the muse into which Elizabeth Siddal morphs and comes to embody for her contemporaries, in particular in Dante Gabriele Rossetti's treatment of her. The tempestuous love affair, indeed, between Siddal and Rossetti has been the subject of countless studies, and more recently in these filmic recreations. So we think of the BBC's Desperate Romantics of 2009. Here they all are, the Brotherhood, but there are no women. The Revolutionary Brotherhood. And Look at Me, Don't Look at Me, staged in London in 2021 live during the pandemic years. And this we see is a very different take on the Rossetti-Siddal relationship, with Rossetti shown here in the bowler hat and Elizabeth Siddal, a much more alive and interactive Elizabeth Siddal you see on your right-hand side. Look at me, don't look at me. Even the very title here suggests the nature of the challenge. But even more problematic, the plethora of men, famous men around Elizabeth Siddal has meant until recently Siddal's life as an artist, and disentangling this from Rossetti's, has suffered the fate of being eclipsed by the drama of her love affair with Rossetti, her alleged opiate addiction, her dead newborn child, and her tragic early death in 1862. In the words of Laura Jacobi, the curator of the 2023 Tate exhibition, The Rossettis, this is Jacobi, we cannot deny that particularly for historical women artists, it's still a bit of a battle. That almost, I think, understates the case. So what interests me now is the nature of the battle and the more neglected question of Siddal's relationship with her mythic remodeling in Rossetti's creation of her. It's a question, as I'll now show, pivotal to the even more embattled case of recovering the French artist Victorine Meurent as an artist beyond Manet's remaking of her as the muse performer par excellence. So closely related is the intriguing problem of Elizabeth Siddal's attempt to grapple with and re-own Rossetti's act of possession in key examples of her art. And in particular, is to use her art as a subversive form of combat to transform or even refuse the muse. Now, we see the nature of the problem, the sense of the mythic stereotype, which of course becomes compounded in these typologies of passivity, but even more problematic for the muse role is their deathliness. The fact that they are about to die, they have died, they are in another plane beyond that of embodied reality. However, if we look at this example, Rossetti's Queen of Hearts, the Regina Cordium, his marriage portrait of Siddal, and the painting, of course, posthumously created after Siddal's death of Lady Lilith, for whom, in fact, Rossetti conceived Siddal as the model, but the figure was modelled, in fact, by yet another muse we know little about, Alexa Wilding. We see that the deathly female heroine has now assumed a suggestive, erotic vitality. The biblical pagan Lilith, whose archetype is associated with a much more full-blooded myth, of course, a myth in which she has and also quite a ferocious animal entourage, is a daring choice. It shifts the idea of the Siddal muse from the passive or consumptive dying maiden to the alluringly erotically active she-goddess as an inverse of the Lady of Shalott figure we have just seen. And the heightening of fetishistic tropes in Regina Cordium, we see the appeal, for example, of Siddal's hair, the pallor of her skin. In Lady Lilith, this is amplified, and through the array of exquisite objets d'art that staged her here, seated within an equally rarefied interior, rework the trope of the phantasmal woman into the figure of veiled yet radioactive and consuming object of desire. Desire that in both of these cases is also a porous force field of woman, object, and interior space. So whilst Rossetti's femme fatale treatment here is consistent with key ways that pre-Raphaelite artists sought to make perverse and loosen dominant gender boundaries and constructs of their age, arguably it's the potency of Siddal's concealed agency as the artist of her image that complicates the hidden dynamic here of Rossetti's act of projection. So what I'm suggesting, and I'm going to go on to further demonstrate this in the case of Meurent, that this is not a one-way traffic, and that how far, even as muse here, that sense of the muse working to create and take control of her image, to do battle with her image, is actually part of the creative process that also further develops her creation of a muse. So it's an interesting entangled space of different levels of identity construction. How Siddal engaged as model or modeled herself in relation to Rossetti's invention of her is difficult to determine. It still remains unclear. Certainly, the early years of their relationship spent at Chatham Place near Blackfriars in London seem to have been a time of mutual growing inter-arts exploration. Rossetti, in a later account of their life, claims indeed that he even offered to tutor Elizabeth Siddal in her aims to be an artist. But what are we to make of this tutelage? A drawing you see here by Rossetti of Siddal at her easel in 1852, and it's one of several depicted of Siddal at work at Chatham Place, gives a rare insight into a concentrated, determined Siddal at work. The strong, simplified ink lines trace the active movement of Siddal's posture. Her head is inclined, her right arm tensed as her right hand applies her brush intently to the canvas on her easel. This is not an image of a muse who is either asleep, erotically ornamental or overtly guided by Rossetti. Siddal at this time was also experimenting with writing poetry, doubtless encouraged not only by Rossetti's example and the networks around Christina Rossetti's work. Potentially, poetry becomes Siddal's other, albeit more hidden struggle with finding an agency of voice. And this is, of course, about the ambiguities of love, of passion, and art beyond the myth being constructed for her. And the myth we see fully fledged after Siddal's death, in Rossetti's, again, elevation of Elizabeth Siddal to his Beata Beatrice in this kind of divine, otherworldly space, removed from her embodied reality. So it's poetry that has been argued recently as well that creates a parallel dialogue with the self that stretches throughout Siddal's work. Whether via the growing visibility of Siddal's art or through her more hidden practice of poetry, Elizabeth Siddal's determination to be taken as a serious player within a nexus of wider artistic experimentalism and even do battle with her constructed figura is compelling, but still misunderstood. If we juxtapose Lady Lilith or Rossetti's early drawings of her, and we saw that just a minute ago here, the 1855 drawing, with the only known self-portrait self-portrait by Siddal, this is 1853 to 4, the whereabouts are unknown. What emerges is a fascinating insight into strategies of cultic creation and Siddal's own image reinvention or refusal. Yet it's striking that in one of the very few solo exhibitions of Siddal's work ever to be organized, and this was the 1991 Elizabeth Siddal Pre-Raphaelite Artist, in the curator's Jan Marsh's view, earlier criticisms of Siddal's work, especially her drawings, as naive and unsophisticated, Marsh sees justified. The question remains then, why and what motivated this spotlight on Siddal's substantial artistic output? There are over 60 known works by Elizabeth Siddal, other than to give her a tokenistic place in a pre-Raphaelite story that is not all about the boys. And even in the much more fleshed out attention to Siddal's art in 2023 Tate Show, the sense of her agency and self-construction is elusive. To return to Siddal's self-portrait, what is most arresting about it, arguably, is its sense of control, of mastery. It presents the artist not absent or veiled from us by mysterious, downcast eyes, but who asserts her presence through the three-quarter view of her finely outlined face, as if turned towards the viewers, and in a cool, almost severe gaze level with ours. So much expression is condensed into this small, barely 9-inch tondo. But of particular import for us here is Siddal's assertive possession of our self-image, to take control of it, that also reworks dominant pre-Raphaelite approaches to revolutionizing conceptions of nature, beauty, and of course, the modern artist. This trajectory is increasingly evident in Siddal's substantial output of drawings from the mid-1850s and her paintings of this period, key amongst them, The Haunted Wood. And we see it here, 1856, to which I'll turn very shortly. By 1855, Siddal's search for visibility as a creator in her own right, her conflicted role as muse, drew Ruskin's attention, even admiration. His support, while much less generous than in Millet's or Holman Hunt's cases, was likely a key factor in her art's inclusion in the May 1857 first group pre-Raphaelite exhibition. She was the only female artist of that circle to be exhibited with her watercolor Clark Saunders, and we'll see it shortly. But in a breakout move, it was at this point that Siddal also rejected Ruskin's financial patronage, remarkably, and enrolled to train as an artist at Sheffield School of Art, likely in the autumn of 1857. Like many of the conjectural accounts of Siddal's life, details of her time in Sheffield, how she fared in her training, who she met, and even subsequently are sketchy. Yet Sheffield, one of a very small number of art schools to enroll women, and this was comparatively early, was a bold move, indicating Siddal was no shrinking violet and possibly had connections, including with fellow students. The Siddal stood out amongst her artist contemporaries at Sheffield is tantalizingly indicated in a 1911 account, and we see a snippet from it here, published in the Sheffield Daily Telegraph, signed A.S. And this is where it was wonderful to sort of put on the detective hat again, the kind of the scourge of finding the document. I am extremely grateful to Simon Calder from Special Collections, Sheffield Hallam University. They have no archivist here, so it was actually quite a at that university, so it was quite a job to actually get access to this, but it was thanks to them who supplied me with this key cutting, and who has identified the AS, the author, as Annie Sowersby, possibly the artist and illuminated who's listed in an 1881 census. So both pieces of information are gold. A.S. recalls indeed that Siddal and she, we take it that it is she, were fellow students in the year of the Manchester Art Treasures exhibition. This was 1857, which they visited, and that Siddal regularly worked in the figure room at Sheffield. It was through Siddal that A.S. learned about Ruskin and the Pre-Raphaelites, that her dress was uncommon and striking, frequently a target of student jokes, and that despite their brief acquaintance, the impression made by Siddal was memorable, unforgettable. It's a fragment, but enough to glimpse the more embodied, independent, even mold-breaking Siddal hinted at in her self-portrait. This Siddal is an uncommon figure, prepared to risk conflict, censure, even ridicule in the pursuit of her art. Rossetti is not in the frame as tutor or image maker. An assertiveness of vision is already evident in arguably her two most substantial drawings, Pippa Passes, the Ashmolean collection, and Lovers Listening to Music, both 1854. And the Lovers is in White Wick Manor, and it's part of a substantial National Trust collection of Siddal's extant work. In Pippa Passes and Lovers, we see Siddal taking on the pre-Raphaelite concern with reinventing medieval art and the poetic ballad, but in unconventional and what could be seen as disruptive ways. The Pippa in Pippa Passes, which is inspired by Browning's 1841 verse drama of the medieval silk worker from Assola who wanders with her transformative song, The Innocent. She passes three loose women, courtesans, in scene 3, and 3 geese we can see just to the left of Pippa's gown that don't figure actually in Browning's poem. Saintly and artless as Pippa appears, a sharp diagonal line links Pippa's figure from the branch, the switch in her hand, and these writhing geese to the courtesans, or are they updated fallen women whose song, inviting song, and in the poem they sing, "Come near, we won't eat you," has morphed into provocatively beckoning looks and gestures. We might also note tension in Siddal's use of two potentially jarring styles between the taut Gothic lines of Pippa and the more fluid, fleshed out women. Similarly, in Lovers Listening to Music, the relationship of the two Black musicians, identified as possibly Malaysian, the listening lovers and the child, is ambiguous, compositionally disconnected. In both drawings, these ambiguities are further complicated by the identification of Pippa and the female lover as likely self-portraits of Siddal, and the male lover here of D.G. Rossetti. The child status is unclear. So did Rossetti then model for Siddal? If in each work a spiritual or artistic transformation via music is suggested, music and muse become vehicles for alterity and conflicted meaning production. Siddal updates the pre-Raphaelite visual and literary imaginary to provoke questions about the conflation of the fantasy woman and the real, whether the eroticized woman can exert real power, whether the model as artist or vice versa, even within networks that transgress mid-19th century norms, can liberate agency beyond her constructions as, this is in the words of the pre-Raphaelite sisterhood, harlot, goddess, or saint. So this begs also the question of whose reality, pointed up in Siddal's treatment of the Lady of Shalott, but more developed in The Haunted Wood, 1856, and her works of 1857 that bring these themes into suggestive focus. Exhibited at the 1857 London exhibition, The Haunted Wood shows a woman with long red hair in a dark wood reaching towards a ghostly apparition, possibly herself. Yet while the consciously Gothicized treatment in this and other key works of 1857, we see here Clark Saunders and her Lady Clare, suggests similarities with Rossetti's interest in this time. To see Siddal, as some have done, as mainly, I quote, learning through Rossetti's example, is more contentious. In fact, The Haunted Wood demonstrably asserts Siddal's use of her female subjects, even of medieval romance and legend, as figures of difference and alterity. She does this arguably subversively in haunting or dissolving boundaries of the fantasy muse goddess into a doubled, discontinuous reality. We could say this also heightened by her use of color and the gouache medium here. This reality is not a reality. It is one of shadows and apparitions, of troubled boundaries of self, desire, and other. Similarly treated in her poem called A Silent Wood, I quote, "I sit in thy shadow, but not alone." The woman's reaching arm is arguably a gesture of recoil from the double that threatens to engulf her, but both figures in The Haunted Wood are entangled with the illusory. If Siddal's self-portrait is about taking control of her image and her identity as an artist, The Haunted Wood's apparitions point to the more fundamental battle to be fought over the territory and ownership of a woman's inner life, of the right to exist, desire, and be seen as an individual self. In 1857, Siddal's uncommon determination to forge an artistic career took her cue from and exposure as muse and the artist writer networks that launched her. Yet 1856-7, so it's the Sheffield point as well, marks the point at which Siddal takes on the illusion. That is, we see a Siddal emerging from her almost overpowering identities, fighting for the right to create and imagine, and as the counterweight to Lady Lilith, with prescience daring to refuse the muse. So this takes me in the second section to Victorine Meurent, alias Olympia, my second muse who speaks back to power. Meurent's case, fascinating even more so than Siddal's, points to the challenges of recovering the woman, the agent, and the artist from their encrusted celebrity identities as model and myth, which in both Meurent's and Siddal's case have become their face to the world. In fact, we could claim Meurent as the French 19th century art world's best kept secret. Painted 9 times by Manet, the celebrated face of his Olympia and the woman in Luncheon on the Grass. So I'd like to consider now how in Meurent's case, whose visibility as an artist remains problematic, camouflage is a pivotal strategy that enabled her to win ground as an artist and across fault lines of re-owning her proliferating image production as the most celebrated 19th century model. She does this through her performative guises, staging her muse artist identities and being staged, an interplay that is very potent, in fact, in Meurent in the costume of a toreador, 1862, and we'll come back to this. While this implicates Meurent's to date hidden centrality in shaping a vision and a gaze, which is seen, in fact, to be Manet's creation, as important for us today is the question of how we might rescue a Victorine Meurent beyond Manet. This is a resourceful Meurent, resilient even, not just a clever performer, who travelled and exhibited as an artist until 1904, who received a war allowance from the French state, an allocation de guerre, between 1914 and 1918. So it might be assumed contributed as a war artist, but whose identity and artistic autonomy was utterly discounted by Manet's biographers, George Moore, Rivière, Tabarant, and so forth. For most of these, a promiscuous has-been, an alcoholic. In the few derogatory references to Victorine Meurent's art, she was a mere dabbler, nicknamed the Shrimp on account of her puny size. Shrimp. For Adolphe Tabarant, only a complete demolition job will do. Her paintings, he says, were wretched daubs. It hardly needs emphasizing that such misogyny was the experience of the 19th century female model who dared her chances to practice as an artist. As with Siddal's art, Rossetti as mentor, Ruskin's patronage was another way of keeping her in her box. No wonder Siddal's uneasy dalliance with those loose women who have an agency of sorts. What is more remarkable is the persistence, glaring in Meurent's case, of incomprehension, even erasure, that this is or was a muse who painted, and it seems was very successful at it. The census register of Meurent's death in 1927 lists her in her own description as artist, but to date she has no entry in the authoritative dictionaries of art. Think about this, colleagues. No entry in Grove, Thiemenbecker, Sauer, any of the most authoritative world dictionaries, except for the 2011 Benezit, updated, where there are 3 lines on Meurent. Birth, death, artist, and I quote, she exhibited portraits at the Paris Salon 1876-79. That's it. Meurent, like Siddal, was a working class girl that got noticed. The red hair doubtless helped. Yet details of Meurent's life, the circles in which she moved, how she began her career as an artist, are shadowy. They're even more scant than for Siddal. It's known from the detective work of Eunice Lipton that she came from an artisan family. Her father, a patinator, her mother, like Siddal's, a milliner, that from a young age she began modeling, including in Thomas Couture, Manet's teacher's studio, and later for the Belgian Parisian-based artist Alfred Stevens, whose portrait of her as the Parisian Sphinx we see here. And that also that Meurent played the violin and guitar, which she later taught. What's apparent is that the opportunity to model and stage herself, as it was for other key actors at this time, Siddal, but also Jane Morris, later Suzanne Valadon, offered a route to agency. It also offered economic support, paid modeling, possibly also in Meurent's case, music, and networks, opening some access to artistic training and to influencers. Meurent, notably, was amongst the very first women to train at the Paris Académie Julienne in 1875. But in surmounting the obstacles of her class and gender, the campaign of battle was bigger. What is at stake for Meurent, acutely so, is the bigger challenge of self-representation, potently captured in her 1876 self-portrait, which we'll see very shortly, and that is of the muse who also chooses. Meurent does this arguably initially by stealth attack by her image, a key strategy yet overlooked in the few treatments of her. In becoming Paris's most celebrated and notorious female face and body, vaunted and vilified by artists and publics alike, she is, particularly in the celebrated case of Olympia, noticeable. She's radioactively noticeable, scandalously so. However, what's also striking is that we get a sense early on in Meurent's ascent to muse of potent ways in which he is implicated in and indeed exploits this strategy of staging and performing identities, of disguise as an important, if occulted, route to being an artist. Her close interactions with Manet, as painted by Manet, is pivotal in this, in which Manet's place in their story has precedence, as we know. Yet what we could argue as their artist partnership is far less treated, apart from the brief insights provided by the 2013 Royal Academy show, Manet and His Friends, that as model, friend, and artist, Victorine's part in the story, so long ignored, merited a much closer look. The sexuality of Olympia, Meurent's stare, her nakedly objectified body, the same uncompromising look that confronts us in Manet's luncheon, have been the subject of countless studies. But what do we actually know of the view from the pillow, Victorine's view, in a painting arguably so well known that the model's integral part in it has escaped attention? Via her multiple roles, yet recognizable as Olympia in Luncheon on the Grass, as the street singer, woman with a parrot, and in, what's happened to it? And in The Railway, Meurent, in and out of her frames, is a resistant figure to what Théophile Gautier called the problem of vintage. That is an art which claims to be of its time, but is merely dressed up, borrowed as modern. Indeed, provoking ambiguities between the constructed and the real is Manet's campaign, but it is also Meurent's, as is potently evoked in this painting I'd like to pause on here. Mademoiselle Victorine in the costume of a toreador. And we see that Manet also produced an etching, an etched version in 1862, but it's the painted version that really kind of springs out. The Victorine and Spanish paintings preceded Manet's Lunch and Olympia. They're both a part of a nexus of interlinked explorations of the performed real. But Meurent's centrality, her staging in costume, but recognizably Victorine, complicates the picture that this is a one-way dynamic of the muse model supplying the artist's vision. Rather, Meurent's action pose, the bold turn of her gaze to invite or question the viewers, plays with the exotic. It also plays with the erotic tropes of her masculine toreador attire. its gender ambiguities in what we could see almost as a performance of combat that blurs the boundaries of model, artist, masculine, feminine, of life and art, of constructed and reality. And I think it's very interesting that we see another sort of female combat figure emerging at this time, that of the female matador. And there were famous examples of matadors, but there are also, as you see in the case of Teresa Bolsi here in this drawing from a Seville bullfight, 1867, she's killed the bull. But there's also the sort of performance of the matador, the performance of the toreador figure. This is the ballerina dressed up as a matador. So there's an interesting way in which the disguise and the dressing and the cross-dressing becomes part of a play of ambiguity. In fact, in Manet's painting, we could say that the hyper-determined Victorine in toreador costume paradoxically subsumes, even disappears the model. In other words, we know she's in disguise. It's being performatively enacted. Again, this raises the signal question of Meurent's part, her artistic agency in creating these performative plays with identity and gender, and to what extent it is Meurent's experimentation across her roles as model, musician, performer, and artist, not just Manet's, that taps into the power of the bold, confronting act to image and imagine difference. So I'm coming to my final section this morning. To return to Meurent's art and to this lecture's final observations, Meurent's developing career as an artist from the mid-1870s brings indeed a more visible, combative Meurent to the fore, who is concerned to forge a path for her artistic practice as for her image construction. At this point, it seems that Meurent and Manet parted ways. They disagreed on account of artistic differences. Meurent had begun her training at Etienne Leroy's studio, but her entry in 1875 to the much more prestigious Académie Julienne proved to be a breakthrough. From 1876 to the early 1880s, her works were exhibited regularly at the Paris Salon. She was considered good enough to be exhibited at the Paris Salon and indeed to pass their juries. These included two of her surviving paintings, Le Briquet, 1876, and Palm Sunday, 1885, now in the Musée d'Art et de l'Histoire in Colombes, where she lived in the final years of her life. And this was a career active until Meurent's exhibition in 1904 at the Société des Artistes Françaises, but it was possibly longer as well. So we see in Le Briquet and Palm Sunday, Meurent's interest in building a reputation for herself through genre painting and possibly even religious subjects. But this was doubtless a route for Meurent to overcome significant social and gender obstacles she faced, to exert her agency at this time through more academically acceptable subjects, arguably, and get noticed. If we are to believe later accounts, she was also an adept self-publicist of her image, exploiting her role as Manet's celebrated Olympia in a series of artist cards made to promote her work. But whether an invention by writers, mostly male, meant to undermine Meurent's growing status as an artist, you know, the fact that she used these cards to tell everyone she was a celebrated Olympia. I mean, how far are we really to believe that? Is that really another way of kind of painting her, of demolishing her? This was one of the biographers was, again, Adolphe Tabarant. However, if we actually look at her work, particularly in the case of Palm Sunday, the expressive young woman here betrays a confidence, a sureness of colour and touch, which is demonstrably visible in Meurent's 1876 self-portrait, exhibited at the Paris Salon, the year in which Manet's paintings were rejected. Indeed, the self-portrait of Meurent is striking in its powerful assertion of Meurent, the artist, coming into visibility. In Manet's Olympia, it's an eroticized face that draws the viewers. Even in this, we have, marvelous, thank you. Even in this more natural seeming portrait of Meurent by Manet, there's a blankness of expression, a detachment, grasping a sense of Meurent's reality as a person, how they worked, engaged artistically. Her embodied being is elusive in this Manet portrait. But in Meurent's self-portrait, we perceive the woman and the creator. We also glimpse the struggle. Discovered very recently in a Paris flea market, authenticated by a Parisian dealer, Edouard Ambroselli, and acquired by the Boston Museum of Fine Arts in 2021, the self-portrait unveils from her camouflage Meurent, the artist, not the muse, showing and claiming her image as herself. Her three-quarter head and shoulders view presents a self-appraising Meurent, suggestively captured in the skeptical intensity of her sidelong gaze. Her nose starkly illuminated against the shadow side of her face. We see her slightly downturned mouth, which is thoughtful, considering. Life and effort etch the lines of her shadowed eyes, fringed by delicate reddish blonde lashes. The signature copper hair is piled up, but unostentatious. The gold dress, with its black bow, is fashionable, yet curiously timeless. It loosely robes her shoulders and portrait view. The portrait we behold could not be described as beautiful or erotic or mysteriously absent and unattainable, the markers of the muse. There is a sense that Meurent's negotiation of her multiple performative identities is a battle being fought and won. The Meurent that looks at us, her view of herself, is intent, aware, and very much present. So this brings me to my concluding remarks on Meurent's and Siddal's war on their represented status. As I've hoped to show via these muses who talk back or who paint back, that the frames through which we understand the agentive role of women as both muses and artists still need radical rethinking to change perceptions and narratives, that they must inevitably succumb to being seen as tragic or lost lives. While we need to exercise care about how far in each case they could be seen as empowered figures, both Siddal's and Meurent's examples show the demonstrative resourcefulness and courage of artists who take on barriers of class, gender, and indeed even of art and culture, and even within the networks which promoted them. This notably includes by the very roots and constructs that constrained their identities and agencies to act, create, and show difference. In Siddal's hauntings and Meurent's performative disguises, these artists, these women, propose provocative questions about who makes history, who legislates what is real, who chooses and who refuses in the fight for image ownership and its agency. The battle to reload, re-see, and refine these women artists and their significant efforts to overcome the muse goes on. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Juliet, for this very deft exploration of these two women and their struggle or their battle to extract the female artists from their male networks and perhaps repressive contexts as well. Thank you very much, Juliet. Open the floor to questions. Do we have anyone who would like to ask a question?
I can use this one. Thank you. Thank you. That's wonderful. Thanks.
Okay, so again, thank you for this inspiring lecture. Actually, this is a lecture, and the way you are proposing these figures of these two women for a long time being considerate, no just muses, simple muses, and I want just to open kind of a personal memory. So when we studied the French Impressionists or the Pre-Raphaelites, we were said that this was his muse, this one, the other one was this muse, etc. And we were just also considering, for instance, in a Lunch on the Grass, or again in the Olympia, now the connection with the Venus of Titian, but just not focusing or going more in depth into what these big figures represented. Even because at the 1800s, the Romantic times, the Romantic ages probably has really veiled more than the centuries before, the the role of women, considering them again as muses or householders, and so all what was coming out from the new the shape of the bourgeoisie, and the role of women in saying of the family, taking back some values from, for instance, Roman Republican times. So I was just thinking that the Olympia's readings, for instance, enlighten a new methodology, not only to read better Olympia and who was behind Olympia, but also to look for all the women who have been really portrayed by men over the course of the history. Because you were quoting some Tate's exhibitions, 2023 exhibitions and other exhibitions. And I do remember an exhibition in Turin that was 2001 or 2002, 2003. I don't remember. It was just the beginning of the first decade of the century. That was Il volto della donna.
Yes.
No, it was created by Cottino in Turin. How women were represented over the course of the history. So it was starting from late 1400s, but it was mainly focusing on 1500, 1600, of course, and the 1700s. But it was a very important exhibition, but it was not really looking on what was behind the women, the represented women. It was just a reading more left, on the surface of aesthetic models or prototypes or stereotypes, but there was no wonder on what was behind. So the way you were proposing us these new figures, as you said, it was just thinking of your conclusion, we have to reload.
Yes. Yes.
That is the word, to reload.
Yes, we really do have to reload. And I think there's two things about that. I wanted to, in a sense, because, you know, we are art historians, we're also dealing with the kind of the living context in which we're kind of restaging and refigures. And this is a barometer, an important barometer, I think, of where we are in terms of bigger social attitudes and the bigger campaign within society. And I think that's what's really revealing and really interesting about these exhibitions. So we've got a terrain, you know, that stretches from 2013, the point at which we just get this little glimpse of Meurent sort of coming to the fore. She might be interesting as a friend. And then we get to 2023 in the Rossettis, but we still have, there's still big missing questions about Elizabeth Siddal as to, you know, that really interesting kind of Sheffield period kind of gives us a sense that this is kind a young woman starting to be in charge of her ideas. She has an idea about herself. And I think that identity construction and meaning production are the two areas that also are still lagging behind. We have, you know, new work on their represented status, on their work, but what does this mean? And we've got to be very careful about getting into a binary, oh, they're suddenly empowered. That was why I sounded a note of care. What I think they're doing most interestingly is how they are negotiating these barriers, and they're negotiating. And interestingly, in Meurent's case, you know, Siddal's writing poetry is another outlet, but she's not displaying that because it's almost as if it's got to be a secret, you know, that it inspires her work. She can work with it because other eyes are not on it. In Meurent's case, a little is known that she was an avid reader and not of pulp fiction. She's not like Zola's Nana, just reading, you know, the sort of, you know, the Daily Rag, the Daily Press, you know, the sort of Hello magazine of her time. No, she's a reader of serious fiction. She's a musician. She's playing. So she had maybe props. She had a studio. This relationship with Manet is clearly a much deeper artist partnership. There is no evidence to suggest she is a lover. And what's very striking, as I wanted to suggest as well, in particularly where, and I think the Mademoiselle Victorine in the Toreador costume is a really important painting in terms of unpicking that role, because we've got a combative but a performative figure, but who is also, in a way, there's a complicity or a partnership going on there.
Yeah. No, because you are mentioning the Académie Julienne.
Yes.
I was thinking of Académie VT. That was another academy, you know, that was founded by a woman from a little village nearby Frosinone. So she really was an immigrant.
Yes.
And she studied up this important academy in Paris at the end of 1800. And the real flourishings of all these academies. And here we have Francesca Romana. Now you're studying. It is not only female academies. I think it was not only a way to give them an opportunity, a chance to get educated in the field of the arts, but probably was replying also to another need.
Yes.
That was exactly what you are saying. That is my guess.
Yes,
Reasoning
exactly.
loudly.
And we see, interestingly, in a way that Lee Miller's work makes that much more explicit. I mean, she lays bare in that very interesting dynamic, the kind of the erotics, and it's very, very interesting. You know, it takes us in a way back to, the muse takes us back to the problem of the nympha, you know, that we heard about yesterday. The nympha gets to have an agency, but to what extent does that kind of eroticized gaze, even when it's turned back, create real power for either the trope, you know, the figura, or indeed the kind of the artist's position which underpins it. And I think that both Meurent and Siddal are negotiating that really, really troubled territory of their time, which is to do with, you know, the whether the agency of the erotic woman as opposed to the fallen woman has an agency, and in which case, what do you do with it? I think that's a very interesting, very subtly complicated in the Pippa Passes drawing. And it is more performatively enacted, as we see by Meurent, who also never in any sense identified with herself with, or from any evidence as a courtesan figure. So we may take the anecdote about the cards as with very carefully, because it could be another one of those, you know, demolition jobs as well. So I think this raises still so fascinating questions, and it raises very strong questions about the kind of sources which we look at to start to begin to reload these artists.
Yes, I was just wondering about the sources you mentioned.
Yes.
Rereading the sources. Is there evidence of what Manet believed their artistic relationship was?
It's a great question, Adelina, because in a way that others occupied, have sort of camped out on Manet's studio and the photographic album, the big photographic album that includes photographs by unknown photographers of Meurent, including that very strange kind of sphinx-like one that we saw in the next to the Stevens portrait. Is in the Bibliothèque Nationale. The trouble is that Manet's studio, the legacy, the legs, his possessions were really sort of camped on by those early Manet biographers, Georges Rivière, George Moore, the Francophone British artist and writer, Adolphe Tabarant, and countless others. So getting to more evidence and more sources and yeah, exactly. Unpicking their layers and their erasure. So I think in a way, an interesting source is to go right back into the salons, the artistes françaises, to see what the Archives nationales might really reveal about the allocation de guerre. Why did she receive a war allocation? I mean, ordinary citizens didn't just get that. She received it probably because of her artistic standing. So getting into documents and registers about that, I think, will start to build us a more granular picture of this relationship.
Maximilian?
Yeah,
Yes.
Maximilian.
But it's such an important question. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay, it's working. Thank you for this really impressive talk. You mentioned at one point the pre-Raphaelite style, and I was wondering if you would see any need to make this form aesthetic or stylistic reflection of the women artists in that time, in the beginning, what we would call the beginning of modernity in some way, what you could mention like this. Would you see any need to emphasize this struggle with stylistic practices and form aesthetic ideas and norms for Rossetti or Siddal as relevant, or would you emphasize this in some way? Or, yeah.
Yeah, it's a great question. It's why I wanted to sort of touch on it in relation to the drawings, because I think you see a kind of stylistic tension going on there. Again, I think what we need to think much more about is the extent to which women in these pre-Raphaelite circles that then become successful artists, and they include the example, of course, of May Morris, the sister of Jane Morris, of course, Rossetti's other big model. He just replaced them. You know, when they died, he got others, Alexa Walding, Fanny Cornforth, you know, it goes on. But the interesting thing is that we see the sense of the extent of their artistic practice, which is working across different artistic media. Obviously drawing and etching, latterly, but also textiles, decorative arts, painting, gouache, watercolor. Again, we have to, unpick and deconstruct these questions, that these are somehow the minor arts, because this is precisely what, of course, the pre-Raphaelite brotherhoods and other continental artists who are very concerned with reinventing the medieval, not just the medieval subjects, but a medieval way of working. And this is absolutely the core of the exhibition that I'm curating, Gothic Modern, at a later period. But it also, that this kind of multiplicity, this polyvalence of the artists across media, as an artisan, as a craftsman, woman, but as an artist is a site of new creativity. It's a site of new exploration. But this is what we see very importantly going on in Siddal's work. So there seems also to be a misunderstanding that's got into the canonical literature and anthologized accounts. Somehow these drawings are naive and unsophisticated, but it's precisely this very cult, this very tension between, it could be in the northern late Gothic, early Renaissance sort of sense of angularity and line. It could be a Trecento, a relationship with a Trecento, which we see in Rossetti. But it's almost as if, Siddal is experimenting with two different artistic styles and two different languages as a kind of way of also a semantics of the problem of meaning production in this. So that's another area that we have to look at very closely. And it's a very good point, Maximilian.
Yes, I was struck by the modernism of her watercolors.
Yes.
Compared to the male pre-Raphaelites.
Stylistically, and this dissolving of the figures, this way in which she's using the gouache and the watercolor medium is really to really take risks with the boundaries of contour and figure and form, and kind of dissolve those stabilities is really interesting. There's also an intensity of richness, which is quite mobile and porous. It doesn't just look static like stained glass or illumination. And again, it's interesting that we see the account from the female artist friend, Annie Soursby, who lists herself as artist and illuminator. Another interesting way of sort of cross-media, crossing those boundaries of media, which is obviously, it's emerging, it's tantalizing there that that's what they're doing as experimenters.
Do we have any more questions or comments for Juliet? If we don't, I will thank Professor Simpson for this illuminating discussion, to giving combative agency to these women. And I will invite our next speaker, Marie-Christine Schoel, who studied art history, cultural anthropology and international arts management in Hamburg and Cologne, and pursued a doctoral research at the University of Münster on a gender theoretical analysis of installation practices. Her Ph.D. research has received support from DRAAD, the Terra Foundation, the German Historical Institute in London, and the IP at WW stipend of the University of Münster. Since 2021, she works at the Cousinwork Foundation. From 2018 to 2020, worked as a research associate at the University of Münster, and in 2019 and 2020 held teaching assignments at the Centre for Gender Studies at the University of Cologne. Currently, she is finishing a paper on mobility and masculinity in the context of Ed Rush's photographic method and Judy Chicago's pedagogical practice at the Feminist Art Program, which will be published as part of an anthology on masculinity at the publishing house De Gruyter. And Marie-Christine will be talking today on Judy Chicago's boxing ring ad from Artforum 1971 in the context of spatial and performative art practices in and beyond the feminist art movement. Thank you, Marie-Christine.
Thank you so much for the introduction and for the invitation to this conference and to presenting my ideas to you today. The paper that I'm presenting today focuses on Judy Chicago's boxing ring advertisement that was published in Artforum in December 1970. There was a slight mix-up in the title that I turned in. It's all the way at the end of 1970, but it's still 1970. The ad shows Judy Chicago in boxing gear, wearing silky shorts, lace-up boots, bulky boxing gloves, and a sweater with her name printed on the front. Chicago leans against the corner of the boxing ring, her arms propped up and rested on the highest of the ropes that line the ring. Her posture appears nonchalant, her facial expression cool and detached. Chicago is flanked by a woman on the right side, standing closely behind her, wearing a t-shirt that seems to bear the same imprint as Chicago's sweatshirt. On the left, standing on the ground and thus positioned lower, we see a man wearing a suit and bow tie. With clenched fists, he leans on his right leg that he positioned on the edge of the ring, his figure spliced into three parts by the dark ropes that separate him from the battle in the image foreground. The three figures are towered by an arch that frames the scenery. This photo was evidently taken in an actual box club, an impression that is supported by the two cutout figures of boxers attached to the background. The dirty walls and the rustic, industrial look of the location give the impression of an urban setting. Below Chicago's feet, a text gives a context of the image that served as an announcement for Chicago's exhibition at California State University, Fullerton, that ran from the 23rd of October until the 25th of November in 1970. In October of 1970, Chicago had already taken out a quarter-page ad advertising the same exhibition at Fullerton. Why then another advertisement after the exhibition had already closed? In an interview with the Getty Research Institute in 2003, Chicago explains the genesis of the two images and how they found their way into the pages of Artforum. The first ad shows the artist in portrait, sporting a headband and rounded sunglasses. In this ad, Chicago concurrently announced her Fullerton exhibition and her aversion of male patrilineage through the change of her name from Gerowitz, the name of her deceased husband, to Chicago, the name of her birth city. As Chicago explained, the image in the boxing ring, however, was conducted to be sent via mail by Jack Glenn, Chicago's gallerist at the time, for an announcement of Chicago's concurrent exhibitions at Cal State Fullerton and his gallery. Chicago likened the idea of the setup, given that it tuned in with the message that she said in her Artforum ad, and it further ironized the self-marketing of the male artists working in Los Angeles, foremost the FRSA gallery's so-called studs, who promoted their macho reputation via Artforum ads that showed them surfing, motorcycling, or in female company. She refused, however, to have Lloyd Hemrell, her husband at that time, be her second, and instead asked a friend, finding it more appropriate to have a woman in the role of the so-called cornerman. Jack Glenn, her gallerist, took on the position of the manager, situated outside of the ring and the physicality that it is associated with. After the image was sent via mail, Phil Leiter, editor of Artforum at the time, saw the image and tried to convince Jack Glenn to take out a full-page ad. Glenn refused, given the amount of $700 for a full-page spread. Leiter, however, printed the ad anyways. As Chicago describes in the interview with the Getty, the image appeared at a time when Leiter introduced a political tone in the art magazine. He was determined to get the image into the pages of Artforum. Chicago's boxing ring advertisement has been contextualized as a visualization of her struggle in the context of the macho art scene of Los Angeles, and as a representation of her awakening feminist consciousness, offering a biographical reading and is situating the ad within Chicago's personal development. I want to build on these readings and extend the analysis towards women's role in boxing and the imaging of boxing in art. On the ground of the relation of art and boxing, I read Chicago's ad in the context of her artistic practice at the time. Lastly, I aim to extend the reading of Chicago's portrait in the boxing ring toward the context of the broader feminist struggle around the 1970s. Henceforth, my aim in this paper is to propose a gender-theoretical reading of Chicago's boxing ring ad that contextualizes the ad in the three addressed fields: boxing, minimalism, and the feminist health movement. Main Street Gym in downtown Los Angeles, where the photo of Chicago was taken, doesn't exist anymore. It has, however, a mythical status in the boxing community, with Sugar Ray Robinson and Muhammad Ali as visitors. When Chicago entered Main Street Gym the day of the shoot, the men were stupefied, seeing a woman getting into the boxing ring, as there were hardly any women boxers at the time. The history of women in boxing is rather difficult to trace, and one is dependent on fan pages and online sources that record the history of women's boxing. A short history by the New York Radio reports that the first boxing fight between women in the United States took place in 1876 in the New York Hills Theater, the top prize being a silver butter dish. In 1904, women's boxing was featured in the Olympics, but only as a display event. It took until the 1970s for women to seriously train and fight, although it remained mainly outside of the profession until the fitness boom of the 1980s and until women in the US subsequently sued their way into professional boxing. Visual depiction of women boxing can hardly be consulted for a retracing of women's role in the sport, as these depictions vary between sexualized images and ridicule, oftentimes both. In the 1930s, there seems to have been a fascination with boxing or women boxing in the States, given many photographic depictions. The decade before started a fascination of the artists of the era for boxing, especially when the art of the new objectivity in Germany. Boxing was seen as a metaphor for an acceleration urban dynamics and its backside, the underground, the circus, and the frivolous. If, however, the depictions of women in the era can contest for a participation of women in the sport, I cannot tell. And given that the image seem to be staged, these images cannot really contest. With shifting gender relations during and after the Second World War came about another change of the image of the female image that preceded pop art's depiction of the sexualized woman. This Gil Elfgren painting from 1939 depicting a strikingly similar pose to Chicago's. This pose doesn't resemble the typical boxer pose, but rather can be encountered in a situation between rounds when the boxer withdraws into the corner where sweaty and beaten skin is dried off and confidence is rebuilt. The more typical boxer pose is captured in both cutout figures on the wall of the boxing studio. The figure on the left holding the fists up as guard below eyesight, ready to punch at the camera and thus the beholder. Photography played a crucial part in the depiction and documentation of the sport. In the latter half of the 20th century, photography in boxing functioned as a documentary medium that developed artistic quality, with practitioners referencing the social documentary photography of August Sander and Irving Penn, and as well Lisette Model and later Diane Arbus as influence. Photographs captured the dynamics and brutality of the fight, the social scenery surrounding the ring, as well as intimate moments in the dressing room. Documentary photography of boxing displays a sport that reproduces, on the one hand, a highly rigid image of masculinity that, on the other hand, equally enabled small frames for intimacy and touch between men that remained, and to some extent still remain, impossible elsewhere. Women appeared in these photographs either as number girls or partners. In the years immediately preceding Chicago's ad, Muhammad Ali became not only a nationwide symbol of boxing, but of a whole era representing the cultural shift of the 1960s social upheaval. His stardom succeeded a long history of the invisibility of Black boxers due to discrimination and racial prejudice. First imported and dominated by Irish men in New York, where street gangs were a way of life and youngsters of all persuasion not only staked out their so-called territory, but fought to preserve it against outsiders. Later, Jewish boxers gained high prominence in boxing to the point where fighters adopted Jewish names to mark their strength. Chicago's ad can be read in relation to the practice of adopting pseudonyms in boxing as symbols of strength, and has to be contextualized within the history of boxing and its reproduction of gender stereotypes. The woman as boxer rests not only outside of a sport that saw only few women inside the ring in the 1970s, but it also resides outside a pictorial logic that connects the martial art with a highly stylized masculinity. By entering the male-dominated space of the Main Street Gym, Chicago questioned the production of masculinity that is entangled with the dynamics of the urban space and the expansion of the city throughout the latter 19th and 20th century. Boxing has been likened to the practice of art and vice versa. One does not have to go so far as to establish a connection between the canvas that the ground cover of the ring is called and the canvas that is painted upon. The dynamic of the movement, the focus and determination that boxing requires can stand for the arts equally. However, in 1970, Judy Chicago neither worked figuratively nor did her work relate to a movement of the body through gestural painting. In 1970, Chicago looked back on more than half a decade of minimal work in sculpture and painting. Studying and working in Los Angeles, Chicago was part of a specific West Coast approach to minimalism informed by a sensibility of the landscape, the changing light and variations of soft colors of the sunset overlooking the Pacific Ocean. Minimalism, however abstract the work and however non-figurative the intention of the artist, its practice and theorization was and is fundamentally interwoven with the question about the bodily in sculpture. Erect minimalist forms have been interpreted to resemble the human body through the uprightness, invoking figurative sculpture that is primarily vertical, echoing the uprightness of the spectator and establishing bodily empathy with him or her. It was, however, less the imaging of the human body as the quality of presence that was central to the debate about the relation between the object and the beholder in minimalism. Presence was attained in some minimalist sculpture through the alignment of the work to the size of the human body. Scale was one of the factors that Anna Schaaf identified as bearing a potentiality of visualizing power relations that were contested throughout the 1950s and 1960s in American culture, with the entry of young men into military service and the uprising of the social rights movement. Apart from the industrial material and production processes that transmitted a cool and detached quality, the size and consequently the weight of a work by, for example, Richard Serra, as Schaaf concludes, not only visualized power relations, but acted them out in the encounter between object and beholder. Earlier, Rosalind Krauss drew attention to some of the minimalists' intention to conquer the gallery space. Carl Andre's description to not simply fill the space, but to, quote, seize and hold that space, end of quote, when his work almost broke the floor of the Tibor Denagi Gallery in 1965 illustrates this intent. The rhetoric of power, as Schaaf indicated, appeared veiled through the deployment of material, size, and weight, and were translated into criteria for judgment of the forcefulness and authority of art that she unveiled as entangled with gendered conceptions of power. However veiled these power relations, the invocation of the male body, or rather the phallic, surfaced literally in firm language, blatantly displayed in works such as Dan Flavin's The Diagonal of May 25. Flavin describing the adjustment of the light tube as along, quote, the diagonal of personal ecstasy. In 1972, Chicago, in an interview with the art critic Arlene Raven, looks back on her practice of minimalist sculpture and elaborates on its relation to the body. She describes how she rearranged her work in the shared studio space with her husband, Lloyd Hamrell, after she experienced repeating ignorance from art world professionals who visited the studio. She reports about rearranging her work within the studio space, separating hers from Hamrell's work, as well as arranging her work so that visitors had to move through it to get through the space, thereby forcing an interaction with it. She specifically refers to her columns, which can be identified as a 10-part cylinders piece that she finished in 1966, likening the forms of the cylinders to her own thighs. She describes how her own work evoked in her a feeling of smallness when walking through it in installation. It reminded her of the physical and psychological reaction that she experienced entering Barney's Beanery, the notorious artist hangout spot in West Hollywood, laden with historical significance and the presence of outworld extravaganza. In the studio, Chicago understands the engagement with her sculpture as a reversal. She wanted to invoke a similar physical and psychological experience. Chicago's description of her arrangement of the work in her studio draws on the relation between the human body and the object, and specifically the capacity of the minimal sculpture to act out power relations in the reception process. These come into play in her assessment of the sculpture as translating a feeling of intimidation into a spatial arrangement that she occupied, the space and overtowered the body of the viewer. Likening the square-shaped boxing ring to Carl Andre's conception of the square as a principle of minimalism might be far-fetched. However, the viewer-object relation fundamental to minimal art and Chicago's assessment of the gendered power dynamics in the studio and exhibition space all play into her portrait in the boxing ring. It is important to notice that we as beholders are positioned across from Chicago within the confines of the ring, confronted by her presence. We cannot withdraw, but have to engage. Chicago's presence in the boxing ring signals that she is not wary of a battle. Her body, equipped and dressed for the fight, speaks of an advocation for its strength and integrity. Alexandra Kokoli pointed out the importance of anger for the feminist political struggle and the feminist art movement. Chicago's appearance in the ring speaks of the anger that spoiled the feminist movement and ignited the fight for equality. Anger sparked many feminist protests and so-called speak-outs against the oppression of women. When in 1968, feminists protested against the Miss America pageant in Atlantic City, it reflected a growing feminist movement that questioned the social and cultural conceptions of the female body and denounced the objectification of women. 1970, the year Chicago's ad was published, was also the year of the publication of a seminal book first called Women and Their Bodies, later changed to Our Bodies, Ourselves. The participating women of a seminar at the Emmanuel College in Boston came together to exchange about their experiences with medical care. Given the struggle and dangers the women had faced in contact with the medical system, the women conducted the publication by each doing research in a chosen field and writing about their personal experiences. This sharing of self-obtained knowledge and of personal experiences marked an empowering turn in the field of the feminist health struggle. It fostered a less hierarchical learning situation that enabled women to educate themselves about their bodies, and it expressed in practice the radical insight that the personal is political. A major reason for the importance of sharing knowledge for feminists was the understanding that the lack of body knowledge ultimately led to unwanted pregnancies. With abortion remaining illegal nationally until the Supreme Court ruling in Roe versus Wade in 1973, abortion was and sadly remains to this day a highly political topic and precarious undertaking. Before legalization, women were dependent on physicians and psychologists to decide about the urgency of determining the pregnancy. They underwent illegally performed abortions by physicians or practiced dangerous self-abortions. In 1969, the California Supreme Court had ruled the state's 19th century abortion statute as unconditional in the lawsuit People versus Ballous. A few states legalized abortion around 1970 by referendum. As Jennifer Nelson stated in her assessment of the history of the women's health movement, feminists made the campaign for legal abortion central to the women's liberation movement. Women could only obtain agency over their own life if they had reproductive autonomy, that meaning the accessibility of contraception and the legalization of abortion. This quickly led to the expansion of the feminist health movement to a general demand for medical equality as a ground for gaining women's health and social status. The discussion about women's health and the legalization of abortion was present in feminist and public debate in the time of Chicago's ad. Although I cannot say, at least not at this point of research, to what extent Chicago was actively involved in the political discussion around abortion and women's health, Chicago recurrently around 1970 mentions a study on sexuality by William Masters and Virginia Johnson that was published in 1966. Through laboratory observations of sexual intercourse and masturbation, Masters and Johnson debunked the myth of the vaginal orgasm and located women's sexual pleasure in the clitoris. The knowledge about clitoral stimulation gained more dissemination through the feminist movement in 1969 with the publication The Myth of the Vaginal Orgasm by Anne Kut, who draws on the works of Masters and Johnson. This knowledge about sexual stimulation in women and the shortcomings of the contemporary cultural understanding of women's sexuality were fundamental for the feminist movement to arise from the social movement and fueled the feminist engagement with the body as a ground for social change. To conclude, Chicago's boxing ring ad reflects the gendered connotation of boxing, the power relations, and the process of art reception, as well as a growing feminist understanding of the importance of the knowledge about one's own body. Her presence questions the relation between the production of masculinity and the development of urban space and the relation of the city to the gendered body. Claiming a territory, she speaks not only of the gender power dynamics in sports or fine art, but of the women who are in fight for the autonomy of their own bodies. Thank you.
Thank you, Marie-Christine, for this excellent presentation. Thank you.
Thank you
very much. I'm aware of the time. With Francesca's, right, so welcome Francesca Romana Posca, who is a PhD student at the Bordeaux Montaigne University and the University of Roma Tre, with a thesis entitled Au-delà de la péninsule, la scène artistique internationale, espace d'affirmation des artistes italiennes, 1870 to 1915. She was awarded a master's degree in art history at the Panthéon-Sorbonne University, Paris I in 2019. Francesca has participated in exhibitions concerning Italian artists working in Paris between the 19th and 20th centuries. She has worked in international cultural institutions such as the Louvre and the Vatican Museums, for which she published an article entitled La malaria di Maria Martinetti, un quadro e un artista ritrovati. Among her most recent activities, there is a contribution dedicated to the sculptor and taxidermist Julie Charpentier for the study day La Vache, Le Cheval et la Lion, held in January 2023 at the Musée d'Orsay. And today, Francesca will be speaking to us about Soyons, sincères, la production artistique des femmes italiennes dans les années de l'enthousiasme féminile. Thank you very much, Francesca.
Thank you. Can you hear me? No? Yes. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much for your introduction. I speak today in French, so I changed the language. Merci beaucoup pour votre introduction et merci aussi pour avoir la possibilité d'être ici aujourd'hui avec vous. Je vais commencer ma présentation avec les mots d'une des artistes dont je vais parler aujourd'hui, Carla Celestia di Bagliasco. Sappia la donna ribellarsi alla sua casa e a quelle riproduzioni esatte del passato, che hanno qualcosa dell'immobilità della morte. Vivifichi l'antico con il moderno e trovi la simpatia recondita che è tutta la storia delle nostre somiglianze con le generazioni passate. Così la donna potrebbe far bene a sé e agli altri e costruire una società nuova, dove il bello ritorni a essere una necessità. Questa può essere la bella missione della donna nell'arte. Ce fut par ces mots que la peintresse Carla Celestia di Bagliasco revendique dans son discours au premier congrès des femmes italiennes à Rome en 1908 les rôles que les artistes femmes devraient, selon elle, jouer tant dans le panorama artistique que dans la société contemporaine. Un rôle actif donc, capable d'encourager l'élaboration d'une modernité esthétique liée aux problématiques et aux questionnements du temps. Ok, parfait. Ok. Ok. Mhm. En effet, le début du XXe siècle en Italie a été caractérisé par une transformation progressive de la situation des femmes, tant sur la scène artistique que dans la société en général. Bien qu'être toujours minoritaires en comparaison avec leurs homologues masculins, plusieurs artistes italiennes ont participé à la modernité qui animait les capitales européennes à la fin du XIXe siècle et le début du XXe. Ce sont les années de ce que l'on qualifie de l'enthousiasme féminin, où on assiste à l'accès grandissant des femmes à l'éducation qui lui permet de se former à la pratique artistique. C'est aussi l'époque des expositions internationales qui s'y multipliaient. Tout cela donne naissance à un climat caractérisé par la liberté d'entreprendre, en lien avec l'histoire du féminisme, ce qui concorde par ailleurs avec la création de différentes associations des artistes femmes. Expositions internationales et associations ont permis aux artistes femmes d'entrer en contact avec un grand nombre de personnalités artistiques de l'époque et ont offert l'occasion également de sortir d'un certain provincialisme propre à l'art italien, mais aussi, pour certaines personnalités, de viser à une reconnaissance critique officielle. Plusieurs trajectoires sont révélatrices de cette condition nouvelle de production artistique pour les artistes femmes. On songe à Maria Martinetti Schiavelli, médaille d'argent à l'exposition universelle de Paris en 1889, à Marcel Lancelot Croce, première sculptrice à recevoir des commandes officielles par l'État italien post-unitaire, à Ida Salvagnini Bidoli, fondatrice du Gruppo Internazionale Pittrici, première forme d'association artistique féminine en Italie, au Carla Celestia di Vegliasco, célébrée à la Biennale de Venise de 1912. Toutefois, l'œuvre de cette artiste italienne reste aujourd'hui moins connue, sinon inconnue, et bien d'autres restées. Aujourd'hui, je vais chercher de reconstruire les trajectoires de ces femmes et mettant en évidence qu'elles pourront agir comme un point entre le monde artistique et la mobilisation des femmes, tout en tenant compte de l'agency des artistes femmes italiennes entre le 19e et le 20e siècle. Il s'agit là d'une dimension importante de mes recherches doctorales. Sur l'internationalisation des carrières des artistes femmes italiennes après l'unité d'Italie. Par mobilisation des femmes, j'entends souligner l'essence politique des actions de ces artistes, qui à travers leur œuvre transfèrent leur activisme, qui peut prendre des formes très variées, comme l'explique Griselda Pollock dans les années 90. Le terme mouvement des femmes aide à suggérer la collectivité qui est à la base du travail féministe, sans strictement les confier à l'étiquette du féminisme. Cette définition très englobante de la mobilisation des femmes permet, à mon sens, de prendre en compte une gamme beaucoup plus large d'actions, que l'on ne considérait pas en première vue comme féministes, et de souligner la signification politique des actions de certains artistes qui, se faisant revendiquant leur place dans les panorames artistiques et plus largement dans la société du temps. Pour le faire, je vais reconstruire les parcours de quelques artistes, en essayant de relier l'expérience des mobilisations de leur production, lorsque cela c'est possible. Je commencerai par un tableau aujourd'hui conservé dans les dépôts du musée du Vatican, donc le titre c'est la malaria. La malaria au paludisme était alors endémique, notamment dans le Latium. Pour cette raison, elle a constitué au cours du siècle un thème doté d'une certaine popularité dans la littérature, la poésie et dans les journaux intimes des voyageurs étrangers. Le paludisme a été aussi représenté par de nombreux artistes, italiens et étrangers, tels que Ernest Ebert, dont on ouvre La malaria, exposé pour la première fois au Salon 1850, obtient un succès triomphal. Dante Ricci, membre du groupe delle 25 de la campagna romana, qui réalise le triptyque Malaria, récemment exposé au Palazzo Braschi en 2021. Giulio Aristide Sartorio, dont l'œuvre La malaria est présentée dans l'exposition des Belle Arti à Rome en 1883, qui est décrit par Valentino Orsolini Cencelli Un cadavere nella campagna desolata, pianto da una donna desolata. Colpisce lo studio fisico di quella viva e specialmente di quel morto, che mette i brividi. Un regard social sulla malaria émerge donc à la fin du XIXe siècle, que l'on retrouve dans une œuvre, La malaria di Maria Martinetti, exposée pour la première fois à l'exposition universelle de Paris de 1889, où elle reçoit une médaille d'argent. Ici, le drame humain apparaît central. Cependant, le moment représenté n'est pas la mort consécutive à la maladie, mais son attente, les derniers jours, peut-être heures, du malade. L'attente de la mort est soulignée par la présence du scapulaire, objet lié au culte de la Vierge du Carmel, qui était porté par les mourants en cas de mort subite, pour les libérer du purgatoire. Les motivations qui amenaient Maria Martinetti au choix du sujet font écho aussi au contexte spécifique des années où l'œuvre est réalisée. C'était un moment où commençaient à se faire jour les premiers projets d'assainissement de l'Agropontino et la lutte contre le paludisme commençait à animer les débats publics après l'enquête agraire des Iacini de 1884. Maria Martinetti ne dut pas rester indifférente à cette actualité et ces débats, notamment en raison de ces tendances socialistes qui la rapprochaient à son futur mari, Giacinto Stiavelli, journaliste pour l'Avanti. L'union avec Stavelli conduit Maria Martinetti à entrer en contact bien des années après la réalisation de La malaria avec le Comitato per le scuole dei contadini, une association bien connue et identifiée qui se battait pour l'assainissement de l'agro et se caractérisait aussi pour une ambition sociale, en ouvrant pour l'alphabétisation des populations rurales. Et faisant partie le médecin Angelo Celli, auteur des travaux pionniers sur la maladie, et sa femme Anna Frenzel. On songe aussi des personnalités du monde intellectuel et artistique comme l'écrivaine Sibilla Leramo, l'écrivain Giovanni Cena, qui fonde aussi la première école de l'Agropontino, l'éducateur Alessandro Marcucci et les artistes Giulio Cambellotti, Serafino Macchiati et Giacomo Balla. Ces derniers en particulier étaient très liés à la famille Stiavelli, comme le montre l'œuvre La famiglia Stiavelli, exposée en 2021 en occasion de l'exposition Balla al femminile à Milan, et qui figure Maria Martinetti en train de peindre dans son maison-atelier à Piazza Colonna, à Rome. L'œuvre La malaria est présente aussi à l'exposition universelle de Chicago en 1893. J'ai eu la chance de pouvoir l'étudier et publier un article qui, en fait, c'était déjà cité, où j'ai pu tracer une première biographie de l'artiste et en identifiant les héritiers, encore détenteurs d'un petit fonds d'archives. La malaria, que nous voyons ici en arrière-plan, est restée en possession de l'artiste jusqu'à sa mort en 1936. Il est aussi important de souligner que même si Maria Martinetti entretenait des rapports avec certaines plumes militantes, telles que Rachele Botti-Binda, collaboratrice de la Donna et de l'Unione Femminile, elle n'a jamais exposé dans des expositions spécifiquement dédiées aux artistes femmes. Elle n'a jamais fait partie d'un groupe. De ce point de vue, le parcours de Maria Martinetti a beaucoup à voir avec celui de Marcella Lancelot Croce. Même si cette dernière était en partie liée à l'Union des femmes peintres sculpteurs, elle n'était jamais un membre effectif. Parisienne de naissance naturalisée italienne, Marcella Lancelot Croce maintient toujours ses liens avec la France, tout en exposant dans la section italienne dans les expositions internationales. En 1901, elle est la troisième femme à devenir chevalier de la Légion d'honneur. Elle était arrivée à Rome après avoir été la première femme à obtenir en 1888 une bourse de voyage du Musée des Arts décoratifs pour son œuvre La Campagne. Au tournant du 19e et 20e siècle, Rome semble avoir encore une certaine primauté de la formation à la sculpture, comme l'affirme un article de Clive Holland, Lady Art Study Live in Paris, publié dans des studios en 1904. Installée en 1889 dans les locaux de Via Margutta, la sculptrice entre en contact avec les peintres Antoine Ernest Hébert et la communauté des artistes étrangers à Rome. Rome est alors en pleine transformation et modernisation, conséquence de son nouveau statut de capitale depuis les 1870. Marcel Lancelot Croce comprend rapidement les opportunités offertes aux artistes étrangers de la capitale, perçus comme porteurs d'un certain cosmopolitisme dans une ville en plein renouveau. Naturalisée italienne après son mariage avec l'ingénieur Odoardo Croce, la sculptrice reçoit de nombreuses commandes publiques, donc une série de médailles célébrant les personnalités et les événements marquants qui ont accompagné l'unité d'Italie, aujourd'hui conservées à Rome au musée Boncompagni Ludovisi et à Paris au musée d'Orsay. Une première étude des documents conservés aux archives historiques du Senato montre comme Lancelot Croce a été aussi la première sculptrice à recevoir des commissions du Sénat et comment la charge était arrivée par la médiation du sénateur Giovanni Baracco, collectionneur et mécène. La nature des relations entre l'artiste et Baracco reste à déterminer. Les archives historiques de l'Accademia di San Luca montrent comment tous les deux sont devenus académiciens d'émérite résidentes en 1897. La collaboration entre Marcel René Lancelot et le Senato perdure au fil des années et elle se vit confier d'autres commandes, comme le montre la liste complète des œuvres, qui c'est ici, des œuvres dans une lettre datée 1908. Elle réalise notamment 3 bas-reliefs en bronze dont l'emplacement est aujourd'hui inconnu, daté de 1903. 3 ans après cette réalisation, même si l'expérience n'aura pas la suite, en 1906, Marcel René Lancelot Croce fait partie d'un comité de la première association artistique féminin en Italie. En effet, il semble qu'en Italie, les associations des artistes femmes furent créées avec un certain retard en comparaison dans d'autres pays européens. Ainsi, en France, c'est de 1881 qu'Hélène Berthaud fonde l'Union des femmes peintres et sculpteurs. À Bruxelles, le Cercle des femmes peintres est créé en 1888 et le Cercle des artistes polonaises naît en 1899. En revanche, ce fut seulement en 1906 che fu fondé a Rome le Gruppo Internazionale Pittrici, chez la peintre Ida Salvagnini Bidoli, jusqu'à côté d'ici, in via Giulia, à l'occasion de l'exposition internationale de Milan. Le but du groupe était de se détacher du milieu amateur et en sélectionnant des artistes reconnus, comme indique la lettre de présentation adressée au comité d'organisation. Si sono chiamate tra le artiste soltanto quelle che presentano, a giudizio delle proponenti, una speciale formazione di personalità artistica. E artiste straniere che soggiornano in Italia o che abbiano lungamente soggiornato in Italia. Il est probable que la participation importante d'artistes femmes étrangères au groupe est liée au réseau international qu'Ida Salvagnini Bidoli avait constitué au fil des années dans les domaines artistiques. Née à Trieste, mais romaine d'adoption, Ida Salvagnini Bidoli s'était initialement lancée dans la peinture comme autodidacte, avant de terminer sa formation à Venise. Après la consacration artistique à la deuxième Biennale de Venise avec les tableaux Ananke, elle participe à nombreuses expositions internationales. Ainsi, à l'exposition internationale d'art de Barcelone en 1907, son Musica in Famiglia obtient une médaille de bronze. Les reconnaissances officielles s'accompagnant également à la réception critique, comme le montre la publication dans L'Arte di Ida Salvagnini Bidoli, publié en 1937, ouvrage qui rassemble les textes publiés dans diverses périodes qui lui sont consacrés. Il en ressort l'intérêt de la critique internationale à l'égard de son travail. On peut notamment citer les propos élogieux d'un article de Jacques Bransom sur la personnalité de l'artiste, alors exposé à la Galerie d'art décoratif de Paris en 1909. Cependant, mis à la part les documents concernant le gruppo internazionale pittrici conservés dans l'archivio storico di Brera et les tableaux que je vous montrais, Musica in Famiglia, je ne peux pas vous montrer d'autres œuvres de cet artiste, car elles sont dispersées. On retrouve les mêmes problèmes de la dispersion des œuvres, que c'est plutôt récurrente dans mes recherches actuelles, à propos d'une autre artiste, également membre du groupe, Carla Celestia di Begliasco, dont les mots ont ouvert cette présentation et avec lesquels je finirai mon propos. On peut attester que l'activisme féminin a marqué la vie et l'œuvre de cet artiste. Née à Florence, mais ayant grandi à Milan, Carla Celestia di Begliasco reçoit une éducation particulièrement soignée, fruit de son milieu d'origine aristocratique. Conséquence de cette riche culture, elle comprend bientôt qu'elle ne souhaite pas, comme tant de filles de son milieu social, attendre un mari, et choisit de consacrer son existence à l'art. C'est important de souligner que Carla Celestia di Begliasco, en comparaison avec les autres artistes dont on a parlé jusqu'ici, elle est la plus privilégiée. Elle dispose d'une agency plus importante due à son indépendance financière et à sa formation intellectuelle, qui peut expliquer pourquoi son engagement en faveur du féminisme est bien plus marqué en comparaison aux autres. Elle se forme auprès de l'atelier du peintre milanaise Filippo Carcano, paysagiste renommé, qui encourage son élève à peindre la nature en plein air et qui lui permet de se former au nu avec des modèles vivants. Le maître encourage aussi Carla Celestia di Begliasco à exposer son œuvre et elle est plutôt appréciée par le public et les critiques. L'écrivain Ettore Cozzani écrit sur la peintresse. Lei voleva prendere l'arte anziana e moderna, quello che aveva buono in entrambe, e mischiarla in una pittura luminosa, con delle forme et des colori bien définis. Les caractéristiques de son art pouvant se résumer dans ces tableaux récemment réapparus sur le marché de l'art, Acque Sole, exposé à Venise en 1912. Son engagement en faveur de l'émancipation des femmes ne se résume pas à l'expérience du Gruppo Internazionale Pittrici. Elle fait partie du Lyceum Femminile de Milan en 1912 et en 1914 de ce lyceum naît l'Associazione des femmes Federazione Artistica Femminile Italiana, dont Carla Celestia di Begliasco devient la présidente. Le but de la fédération était d'encourager la réalisation et la diffusion à Milan d'expositions réservées à la créativité féminine. Militante en faveur de la nécessité de la participation des femmes actives aux opérations de guerre, elle dirige l'Ufficio Notizie pendant la Première Guerre mondiale. C'est à cette période qu'elle abandonne progressivement l'art. Mariée en 1910 avec un ami d'enfance, Gino Lavelli de Capitani, n'est pas cette union qui la conduisait à abandonner la peinture, mais ses multiples engagements sociaux, come montre la corrispondenza avec son mari en 1913. Sì, lavoro, ma faccio un lavoro che non mi piace e tralascio la pittura che desidero e sogno. O ancora, en 1914. Per ora è calma generale. Voglio vedere ora se mi riesce a fare qualche pennellata, ma la triste impressione è che mi esaurisco in tutto. Se fosse così, vorrei piuttosto morire. Avec la Première Guerre mondiale, elle arrête totalement son activité de peintresse. Son dernier travail, ce fu le projet du monumento ai caduti a Colle Salvetti, lieu où elle s'était installée depuis le 1911. Bien que ce stade de la recherche il soit difficile de tirer des conclusions définitives, l'étude du mouvement féminin au début du XXe siècle et les choix individuels effectués par les artistes que j'ai étudiés jusqu'ici sont du face du même phénomène. Ces deux aspects...
Excuse me, Francesca, I'm
Si.
sorry, we have 2 minutes.
Ok,
Thank you.
ok. Alors, je vais juste dire que, en fait, c'est difficile de comprendre combien l'œuvre de ces artistes c'était marquant. Aussi, parce qu'après la guerre, beaucoup de ces artistes ne vont pas continuer avec la carrière artistique. Mais il me semble, pour ce qui concerne l'étude des femmes du 19e siècle, qu'à niveau méthodologique, c'est bien de s'interroger sur les limites de l'activisme et ses définitions multiples, notamment à travers la question du féminisme et de ses artistes. On doit en effet se poser comme préalable, en vue de la variété de ses parcours individuels et de ses engagements, que tous les artistes femmes n'étaient pas nécessairement féministes. Pas dans le sens qu'on donne aujourd'hui. Certains artistes sont devenus de véritables icônes du mouvement féministe contemporain. Mais dans le contexte du temps, leur action, engagement, voire activisme, étaient en fait bien éloignés de cette préoccupation. En fait, ce qu'elle voulait surtout, c'était d'avoir une plus grande marge de manœuvre et s'affirmer en tant qu'individu et en tant qu'artiste. C'est pour cette raison aussi que c'est bien de ne pas banaliser leur travail. Et pour ce qui concerne les sources pour reconstruire les parcours et la vie de ces artistes, pas se limiter uniquement à les sources traditionnelles et institutionnelles, mais regarder aussi à la côté plus privé. Donc, privilégier quelquefois aussi les archives familiales, la presse artistique aussi moins connue, et surtout se concentrer aussi sur les réseaux de cet artiste, avec qui elle était en contact. Parce que souvent, on peut voir que les réseaux, c'est un moyen efficace de surmonter les barrières culturelles. Merci, désolée pour...
Thank you
J'ai
very
pris
much,
trop de temps.
Francesca. And I'd also like you to thank Francesca for her award for a Daniela Ras 2023 to 24 grant from Villa Medici in the École Française de Rome. So congratulations.
Thank you.
And we now 15 minutes for coffee break, and we'll reconvene here in 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Welcome back to the second part of our morning session, Guerrilla Girls in the Making. We start with our first speaker of this session, Stefania Biancani, who teaches art history at the University Primo Levi. She's been teaching since 1999. She has a research doctorate in Storia dell'arte and art history from 1994 to 2011. She has had a continuing teaching collaboration with the University of Bologna, teaching Storia dell'arte moderna. And she has been docent at the Scuola di Specializzazione in Beni Storici e Artistici, teaching Storia dell'arte comparata dei paesi europei. She's collaborated also with North American, Canadian universities. She has many publications and has participated in exhibitions and international conferences. Her studies focus on Bolognese art, French art, and that of Salento between the 15th and the 19th centuries, with particular attention on the production of women artists. Within this area of research, she collaborates also with il Centro di Documentazione sulla storia delle donne artiste attive in Europa dal Medioevo al Novecento of the metropolitan city of Bologna. Thank you, Stefania, who will talk today on Shouting Loudly at Herself, Angela Teresa Muratori's fight on the path of early modern women's emancipation. Thank you, Stefania. Grazie.
Can you hear me now? No? Okay. Thank you, Adelina. Thank you, Consuela, for your invitation. And I apologize, but I speak Italian. Il 9 luglio 2021, il discorso tenuto da Valeria Spacciante, Virginia Grossi, Virginia Magnaghi in occasione della consegna dei diplomi della classe di lettere della Scuola Normale Superiore di Pisa si è concluso denunciando quanto sia ancora faticosa la carriera della donna nel mondo degli studi, specialmente in Italia. È la storia di una lunga battaglia che vede protagoniste anche le artiste, spesso pioniere aggiornate, ma altrettanto spesso figure schiacciate da pregiudizi che ancora oggi si ripercuotono in letture divulgative lontane dagli scrupoli dell'interpretazione filologica o nell'assenza dai manuali di storia dell'arte in uso nella didattica scolastica e universitaria. Pesa forse ancora la celeberrima lettura ambivalente di Giorgio Vasari nei confronti di Properzia De Rossi, la cui attività scultorea si configura per lo storiografo aretino come un azzardo ed una trasgressione, mentre diventa meravigliosa quando intaglia con destrissimi ingegni noccioli di pesca. Come è noto, alla donna è riservato lo spazio della casa e la minuzia dell'intaglio si accomuna a quella del ricamo, della miniatura e all'esecuzione riservata dei generi minori, dal ritratto alla natura morta, all'immagine devozionale di piccolo formato. Eppure, molte artiste sono state autentiche protagoniste sulla strada del rinnovamento dell'arte nell'età moderna e su quella dell'emancipazione della donna. Stupisce, per esempio, quanto al grande pubblico sia poco noto il ruolo di rilievo avuto da Sofonisba Anguissola nello sviluppo di una pittura italiana in dialogo con le Fiandre, o quello di Lavinia Fontana, che apre alle donne la possibilità di approdare alle pale d'altare di commissione pubblica e che attraverso la pala d'altare giunge a Roma. Ma è anche il caso di Artemisia Gentileschi, la cui tragica vicenda biografica ancora oggi rischia di offuscare il ruolo di artista all'avanguardia, tanto che è stata acutamente accostata da Mina Gregoria a Velázquez per il ritratto. Gli esempi di letture limitate dal pregiudizio di genere sono innumerevoli, nel presente e nel passato, In questo faticoso percorso per il riconoscimento professionale, in ambito bolognese si può segnalare il caso di Angela Teresa Muratori, pittrice e musicista attiva tra XVII e XVIII secolo. Il contesto in cui si muove è quello di un mondo maschile, in cui la donna non riesce ad emergere autonomamente, nonostante le indubbie qualità che Angela Teresa deve fare notare precocemente, se già nel 1678, quando è ancora sedicenne, Carlo Cesare Malvasia la inserisce nella sua felsina pittrice tra le allieve di Elisabetta Sirani, in realtà morta quando la piccola non aveva ancora compiuto 4 anni. La citazione di Malvasia è significativa anche perché Angela Teresa viene menzionata non con il suo nome proprio, ma come la figlia del signor dottor Muratore. Lettore di filosofia e medicina presso lo studio, il padre è una figura fondamentale per la crescita e l'affermazione della giovane, che incoraggia l'esercizio della pittura e della musica. Ne è prova il dettagliatissimo inventario dei beni mobili di casa Muratori, stilato nel 1709 alla morte del medico bolognese. Nella casa paterna compaiono 43 opere eseguite dalla pittrice, quasi tutte esercizi di copia dai maestri della scuola bolognese del Seicento, principalmente dai capiscuola Guido Regni e Ludovico Carracci, poi Cagnacci, Albani, Chiarini e tanti altri. Insieme a questi dipinti, in casa di Roberto Muratori sono conservati un cavalletto da pittore, un clavicembalo, 2 registri di cipresso, una cartella per cantate e ancora vari libri di cantate, suonate, carte di musica, che possono essere riconducibili all'attività di musicista di Angela Teresa ricordata dalle fonti. Attività tutt'altro che marginale, come segnala il musicologo Francesco Lora, che la descrive unica donna fra compositori quali Giovanni Paolo Colonna, Giacomo Antonio Perti e più insigni altri nel contesto pagano dell'epoca. Scomparse purtroppo tutte le partiture, oggi si conservano i libretti a stampa di 4 suoi retori musicati sui testi di Giacomo Antonio Bergamori, autore noto e apprezzato nella Bologna dell'epoca. Accompagnati dalle originali dediche a San Filippo Neri alla Vergine firmate dalla compositrice, che in quanto donna non può rivolgersi direttamente al potentato di turno, gli oratori sono eseguiti presso 2 istituzioni prestigiose, la Congregazione dell'Oratorio dei Padri Filippini di Santa Maria di Galliera e l'Arciconfraternita di Santa Maria della Morte. Un'ulteriore testimonianza dell'interesse di Roberto Muratori nei confronti dell'attività musicale e artistica della figlia è fornita dalla documentazione relativa al matrimonio tra Angela Teresa e Tommaso Gioseffo Maria Scannabecchi della Moneta, 1690. Il medico consegna al genero una spinetta, diverse cose per servizio del dipingere e altre robe e carte attinenti al servizio per la musica e il suono. Diverso invece si dimostra l'atteggiamento del marito, che pur non ostacolando il lavoro della moglie, non sembra dimostrare la stessa premura. In occasione delle nozze, Tommaso infatti acquista solo pezzi di mobilio e di biancheria e nel momento della restituzione della dote in seguito alla morte di Angela Teresa nel 1708 non viene menzionato alcun lascito pittorico musicale. Attestato dunque che il patrocinatore dell'attività artistica di Angela Teresa Muratori è il padre, si può tentare di indagare la motivazione di tanto interesse. Ritornando infatti all'inventario di casa Muratori, degno di particolare attenzione l'elenco dei libri, tra pubblicazioni di carattere medico-scientifico, religioso, storico e geografico, biografia, geografia, opere poetiche, compaiono infatti alcuni testi cinque-seicenteschi relativi alla donna. La Galleria delle donne celebri di Francesco Pona, che pone 12 esempi di donne lubriche, caste e sante, Gli ornamenti delle donne, testo cinquecentesco incentrato sulla bellezza fisica femminile, Le donne illustri del Boccaccio, un ditirambo per le dame, e un'operetta edita nel 1708, anno della morte della pittrice, che invita le dame a una vita suavemente regolata affinché conducano un'esistenza il più possibile austera, rivolta alla gloria di Dio. Oltre a questi testi, nella casa del medico bolognese rimangono 2 volumi della dignità e nobiltà delle donne. una serie di dialoghi di Cristofano Bronzini d'Ancona rivolto alle spose novelle. Il dialogo della quarta giornata, edito nel 1625, il serenissimo principe di Toscana loda le donne che mettono le loro penne o pennelli al servizio della gloria dell'universo maschile, familiare o più allargato. E cito: io grandemente mi maraviglio come con l'occasione di queste lodatissime donne, Marzi, Anna e Gemma, degne nel vero d'ogni lode maggiore e d'ogni onore, avendo studiosamente conservate la prima le storie di suo padre, la seconda dottamente scritto le storie del padre e del marito, e l'altra salvato e conservato quei bellissimi capitoli di suo marito, non si sia sovvenuti ancora di far menzione di alcune altre donne dei nostri tempi, graziose, belle, virtuose, e rare certo non solo in conservar vive le memorie d'un solo padre e marito, ma di molti e stranieri uomini, anzi di tutti gli uomini insieme, con penna e con pennello, veggendosi leno con eroico stile e nobilissime composizioni, aver celebrato e celebrare i più pregiati e valorosi uomini e passati dei nostri tempi. È facile allora pensare che per l'illustre medico Roberto Muratori si sia potuto vedere nelle parole del principe un modello per l'educazione e per la pratica artistica della figlia, che si rivela così un valido strumento per celebrare il ruolo della famiglia nell'ambito cittadino. Ne sono prova la citata affermazione di Malvasia, secondo la quale la giovane artista non ha nome, ma è la figlia del dottor Muratore, e come vedremo alcune opere pittoriche della stessa. Pittoricamente parlando, allieva prima di Emilio Taruffi, poi di Lorenzo Pasinelli, alla morte di questi nel 1700 Angela Teresa passa alla scuola di Giovan Gioseffo dal Sole. È a questa fase matura che appartengono i pochi lavori a tutt'oggi conservati. Sono perdute infatti le prime pale d'altare della pittrice, che Marcello Retti afferma fiorire nel 1684, come la Madonna col Bambino e Santa Monica genuflessa già sull'altare della chiesa delle Monache Terziarie di Sant'Agostino, o il martirio di Santa Caterina della chiesa di San Nicolò degli Albari, celebrata da un sonetto nel 1686 e rimossa nel secolo successivo. A proposito di questo apprezzato dipinto, di cui come per il precedente sono ignoti i dati di commissione, nel 1706 Giampietro Zanotti, curatore della seconda edizione delle pitture di Bologna di Malvasia, sottolinea l'importanza dell'alunnato di Angela Teresa presso Taruffi. Santa Caterina genuflessa, in atto di ricevere il colpo della spada del carnefice, è della signora Muratori, talmente trasformatasi sul gusto di Taruffi, suo maestro, che sembra dello stesso, se non fosse più bella. La pala è dunque bella, ma secondo Zanotti il merito va ricondotto all'esempio del maestro che ha portato la pittrice ad un cambiamento di stile. Nel 1696 muore Taruffi, Angela Teresa, ormai sposata, sembra avere ancora bisogno di un maestro al quale legare il proprio nome. E ancora Zanotti a ricordare il miracolo della Santa Croce per l'altare maggiore di Sant'Elena, chiesa delle monache eremitane, anch'esso scomparso. Sant'Elena, che con la ritrovata Santissima Croce resuscita un morto in autentica della verità, è della signora Teresa Muratori Moneda, allora discepola del Pasinelli. Morto Pasinelli nel 1700, il ruolo di maestro della quasi quarantenne Angela Teresa passa a Giovan Gioseffo dal Sole. Appartengono forse a questa fase o agli anni immediatamente precedenti due dipinti con San Girolamo e Santa Maria Maddalena della Cappella Muratori Fontana in San Giovanni in Monte, che sono molto probabilmente da collegare a un intervento di Roberto Muratori, il padre, nel lungo progetto decorativo della Cappella di Famiglia, che ha avuto nel 1645 la presenza della pala di Guercino. Entro il 1704 Angela Teresa esegue anche la bella pala con l'apparizione della Vergine a San Pietro Martire della chiesa di San Domenico a Ferrara, menzionata da Orlandi nella biografia dell'artista, ma subito assegnata dal Sole da un anonimo manoscritto del 1706 con la descrizione del convento di San Domenico di Ferrara. Per quanto non ci siano dubbi sull'autografia della pala, che si svela nel grafismo delicato dei panneggi e nei morbidi neocorreggeschi passaggi chiaroscurali propri alle opere mature della pittrice, l'errata attribuzione ad Al Sole è indicativa di quanto l'ambiente che circonda la Muratori sia ostile a riconoscerne l'indipendenza creativa ed esecutiva. E così anche per l'annunciazione della chiesa bolognese della Trinità, chiesa alla quale la famiglia del marito è da tempo legata per monacazione. Il contratto stipulato da Tommaso Scanabecchi Moneta nel 1699, l'annunciazione viene erroneamente indicata come assunta, ma soprattutto è definita dipinta da Teresa Muratori, moglie di Tommaso Moneta, in cui vi sono pennellate del Taruffi e Pasinelli, suoi maestri. Evidentemente, grazie alla menzione di queste presunte pennellate dei maestri, che Tommaso Scanabecchi Moneta può accrescere il valore economico dell'opera della moglie. Roberto Muratori invece pare più onesto nei confronti della figlia, per quanto il pennello di Angela Teresa rimanga a disposizione dell'affermazione del padre e della famiglia. Dopo essersi occupato della cappella di famiglia, appunto, divenuto medico della congregazione dei Filippini, nel 1705 Roberto impone ai padri la sua donazione delle incredulità di San Tommaso, già iniziata dalla pittrice per altra chiesa. Nonostante l'autorevole e assertiva figura paterna, però, la critica contemporanea continua a faticare ad ammettere l'autonomia della pittrice e ancora Zanotti, sempre nel 1706, ad affermare che nel dipinto si conosce quanto ella abbia saputo approfittarsi dell'assistenza del virtuoso Giuseppe Dal Sole, ultimo suo maestro. È una frase ambigua questa dell'assistenza, che dopo la morte di Roberto infatti aprirà ad una lettura storiografica e a un dibattito attributivo che fino a tempi recenti ha teso erroneamente a negare la totale autografia di Angela Teresa per questo e per altri dipinti. Ma è il caso anche della grande pittura parietale nel loggiato superiore dell'Artiginnasio bolognese, con la memoria di Francesco e Achille Muratori, che Angela Teresa esegue nel 1706 ancora una volta per il padre Roberto, il quale è lettore nella stessa istituzione accademica ed è certo mosso da un intento autoelogiativo. Stretta quindi tra un padre che la promuove pensando a se stesso e una storiografia bolognese che con costanza l'associa all'alunnato presso i maestri locali, Angela Teresa rimane però passiva solo in apparenza. Nel 1701 la contessa Francesca Maria Lupari, moglie del conte Giacomo Isolani, commissiona alla pittrice una grande pala con il miracolo di San Benedetto da Norcia, da collocarsi nell'ormai scomparsa cappella Isolani della chiesa del Crocifisso all'interno del complesso benedettino di Santo Stefano a Bologna. Ispirata dal teatro sacro di Ludovico Carracci, sul quale si è esercitata a più riprese, con un occhio a Guercino per la posa della Vergine e una alla delicatezza pasinelliana nelle figure femminili, Angela Teresa mette in scena con mano sicura una composizione ben orchestrata nella quale, seguendo l'andamento architettonico, al chiasmo dell'azione drammatica della parte inferiore, fa eco l'incontro delle diagonali dell'affettuoso settore celeste. Dopo la morte della pittrice e del padre, anche per questa pala si svilupperà l'idea dell'intervento diretto di Dal Sole, mentre la guida di Zanotti del 1706 si limita a descriverla sul gusto di Giuseppe Dal Sole, suo maestro. Ma da tempo Angela Teresa doveva comunque sentirsi soffocata dal continuo essere giudicata in quanto figlia di o allieva di. La prova di questo disagio si svela in un gesto, il solo che la pittrice sembra poter essere libera di fare. Nell'unico spazio che le rimane, il retro della tela, compare grandissima ad occupare quasi tutto lo spazio orizzontale del dipinto la sua firma per iniziali, Angela Teresa Muratori Scannabecchi 1701. È una firma enorme che certo dal sole, se fosse davvero intervenuto nel quadro, non avrebbe potuto permettere ad un'allieva. È una firma che dice tutto. Ha eseguito lei il quadro e lo ha fatto da sola. Attraverso una firma, Angela Teresa grida tutta la sua ribellione ed afferma la sua esistenza. Thank you.
Grazie Stefania. Su questa figura ancora da scoprire, però lo so che tu hai fatto dei studi su di lei e dobbiamo anche approfondire di più. Grazie. Our next speaker is Tiziana Di Folco. She is an architect, a graduate and a graduate and licensed architect from the Faculty of Architecture of Rome, La Sapienza, a designer, lecturer, and researcher in the field of the history of women's architecture. She participated in the Venice Architecture Biennale of 2021, the Italian Pavilion, a day dedicated to women architects. She has held a series of conferences at the Order of Architects of Frosinone in 2021 on the knowledge of pioneer women architects. She is a councillor, delegate for culture of the Order of Architects of Frosinone, and an honorary member of the Women Architects Association. Tiziana will be speaking on Lorenza Minoli, architect. Thank you, Tiziana.
Thank you. Good morning. Parlerò in inglese, ma scusatemi in anticipo per il mio inglese. I am an architect. I graduated and obtained my professional qualification from the Faculty of Architecture at La Sapienza University in Rome. I currently live and work in the province of Frosinone. Since 2017, I have been a councillor of the Order of Architects of Frosinone, with a focus on consular affairs. Among other things, I have been involved in promoting gender equality and equal opportunities for men and women in the architectural profession. My acquaintance with Lorenza Minoli. In 2020, I wrote an article in the 33rd issue of the Territory magazine of our Order of Architects, focusing on architectresses. I told about the women architects, Rautilla Bricci, Lina Bobbardi, Margaret Schutt-Lioski. In 2021, I organized a series of webinars entitled Architettrici in honor of Plautilla Bricci, with the aim of continuing to raise awareness of this topic. Due to the pandemic, the events took place online, but were recorded and are still available on the National Platform for Architects. To arrange these seminars, I contacted the speakers to coordinate schedules and logistics, and I had the opportunity to get to know architect Lorenza Minoli, the leading Italian expert on Viennese architect Margaret Schutt-Lioski. In our phone conversation, I quickly realized that Lorenza had a lot to share. Also in 2021, Lorenza Minoli was invited by the Architectresses Association to contribute a video presentation for an event held on August 30, 2021 at the Italian Pavilion on the Venice Architecture Biennale. The video Lorenza Minoli tells the story of Margarete Schottoliowski was produced by me and director Francesco Marra, and we traveled to Lorenza's home in Milan for its creation. Who is Lorenza Minoli? Lorenza was born in Varese on June 2nd, 1944. After completing her classical studies, she graduated in architecture from the Polytechnic University of Milan, where she initially engaged in teaching and research activity. She later became involved with feminist self-consciousness groups, which were forming in Milan at that time to support women's freedoms and new demands. In various interviews, she herself reckoned that this for her was a moment of great strength, pervasive in her own productivity and possibility of cultural and creative production. This world leader starting in the year 1970s to establish a relationship between the history of architecture and the history of women from her studies and research. Initially, like everyone else, Lorenza thought that the history of architecture and the history of women were two completely unrelated domains. As she delved deeper into her investigation, she realized, according to her sensibility and point of view, that in fact there is a close dependency, a subterranean, unrelieved, unspoken link necessarily from the pages of the theorist writers, such as Leo Battista Alberti, between these two aspects. In fact, she argues that in design architecture, contrasts objective are evinced, in particular the concept she sums it up in on sentencing. Architecture, the architectural form, the wall, boundary of the dwelling as the city was also built taking into account the relationship with the social situation of women. According to Lorenza's studies, prior to the establishment of patriarchy, there had already been territorial division, and the division took on different form over the centuries depending on the society that emerged. Therefore, it played a non-neutral role, but had a very specific objective: to confine women in situations that were more convenient for the male-dominated society that had already taken power over the territory. Practically, from the establishment in a solid way of patriarchy until, unfortunately, the present day, we have remained within this conformation, this choice, the outer public space dedicated to men, the inner private space, places for women to work and live, sometimes even unhealthy, not pleasant to live in. And where there was a possibility of having walls, of having other such structures, the exclusion of women from the public part of the city was prolonged by the presence of the veil, the cloak, seen as a mobile extension of the walls. For this reason, the building types did not change much. This discovery was fundamental for Lorenza, in that from then on, where the frame always, for example, a public collective dam, she would try to design architecture that was different from that used until then. These studies were published in 1977 in the self-managed feminist monthly magazine EFFE under the title Feminine Perspective in Architecture. With this new and liberated perspective, Lorenza Minoli and Maria Antonietta Ragona always for a reconsideration of the history of the territory, cities and dwellings, searching for the places of continent of one of the two protagonist women. Their research opened up new insight into how women have been confined within these spaces throughout history. In my opinion, Lorenza's experience within the consciousness-raising groups in Milan is a true inner journey, a crossing, a profound transformation that goes beyond overcoming prejudices. It represents a complete change within her, leading her to understand things that had never been done before. In the field of architecture, she decided to reevaluate the discipline, its theoretical and practical content, and the established body and of knowledge within the faculty. Furthermore, she revisited the professional landscape, taking into account the role that women assumed in relation to architectural structure. Lorenza began to explore new design themes, such as the self-cleaning house in 1983, and experimented with new expressive languages, as seen in her participation in the competition for a different Piazza del Duomo in Milan in 1984, as well as in the redevelopment of the Tessera district in Milan in the late 1980s. In 1983, the city of Milan organized an exhibition at Palazzo Reale titled Existing as a Woman. 3 centuries of the female condition in Europe. Lorenza Minoli served as a member of the scientific committee and curator of the session titled Beyond the Walls of Exclusion, the cause of political literary salons from the 70s to the 19th century. Here she identified the first female designer in history and discussed them in the exhibition. Beyond the specific topic of the salon during those historical periods, I believe that the concept of the walls of exclusion in 1983 was much more substantial and fierce than what we may experience today. In 1987, the exhibition was repeated with some section rearranged under the title Existing as Woman, Architecture at the Polytechnic University of Milan, as part of the conference Women and Polytechnic Education. In 1989, she served as the curator and designer of the exhibition Europe is Woman from the Treaty of Rome, Objective 92. The Long Road to Equality, which was held at the Civic Museum of Contemporary History in Milan. In the 1990s, Lorenza's journey flourished, particularly around the figure of Margaret. She curated a series of cultural and exhibition initiatives for the Polytechnic University of Milan to introduce the renowned Austrian architect Margaret Schütte-Lihotzky to students and the broader Italian audience. One of these initiatives was the exhibition Margaret Schütte-Lihotzky, a woman architect for social architecture, for which she served as both curator and exhibition designer. This exhibition was organized by the Commission for Equal Opportunity at the Polytechnic University of Milan, Faculty of Architecture in Milan in 1999. Lorenza invited Gret, as she called her, to Milan. She got to know her, had a conversation with her, and afterward she authored a highly significant monograph and a biography that became foundational in the bibliography on Margaret Schütte-Lihotzky. In 1999, her book titled Dalla cucina alla città, Margaret Schütte-Lihotzky was published by Franco Angeli in Milan, Italy. Lorenza continued to write a lot and participate in conferences and seminars that focused on women and architecture, as well as the close connection between them. In recent years, Lorenza, who is already a member of the Casa delle Donne di Milano, House of Women in Milan, has organized a series of urban itineraries that trace the path of women, bringing to light female figures in the fields of architecture and urban planning. Lorenza asserts that the city has always been a place for women and lived and woven by them. She quotes Virginia Woolf, who once women have sat indoors all this million of years, so that by this time the very walls are permeated with their creative force, which has indeed so overjacked the capacity of bricks and mortar. She added, this personal experience have permeated the walls of dwellings and have certainly contributed to shaping and even modifying residential structure and their relationship with the architecture in the city. This statement can be found in the introduction of her latest valuable work titled Mappa femminile della città di Milano, itinerari del centro storico, spazi, storie, architetture e figure, which was co-authored with Linda Bertella, an art historian and a tour guide. The book is published by enciclopediadelledonne.it. This text appears to be a guidebook organized info itineraries, and it was published in May 2022. It represents the result of the decade-long historical research effort undertaken by Lorenza with the aim of making known and showing the significant presence of women in the fabric of the city. The book explores figures ranging from Santa Tecla to Anna Kulishov, from Maria Callas to Marianna de Leyva, better known as the Nun of Monza. This book served as the starting point for a broader project by the city of Milan, which aimed to rename public spaces, but not necessarily after saint or religious figures, decanting them instead to women who had made significant contribution through their work. Lorenza Minoli was indeed a multifaceted artist who managed to traverse various worlds, develop new dimensions, and influence shift in architectural language. Lorenza passed away in November 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiziana. Our next speaker is Angela Antonini. She graduated in 1999 as an actress at the Scuola di Teatro Laboratorio 9, and in 2001 she was qualified come esperta di nuovi linguaggi della scena contemporanea with a fellowship of the University Multimediale of Siena. She works in the Compagnia Laboratorio 9. She worked in the Compagnia Laboratorio 9 till 2007, and then worked alongside Claudio Morganti and Rita Frongia. In 2011, volevo chiedere, scusami, nel candellario di Giordano Bruno.
Sì, debutta nel 2011
nel candellario di Giordano Bruno.
Sì.
And she presents studies, seminars and meetings with students of various academies. The University of La Sorbonne, the Istituto per la Storia del Pensiero Filosofico e Scientifico Moderno di Napoli, the Festival della Scienza di Genova, University of Roma Tor Vergata, the College International de Philosophie of Paris, Università degli Studi di Roma Tre. And from 2015, she's with the social cooperative of medical psychotherapy, and is coordinator of a group of young adults, the Cactus Group, Il Teatro che Punge. She's at the moment part of Compagnia 47 of Claudio Morganti and Rita Frongia, and the co-director of the Theatre Puro Teatro con Andrea Fazzini di Teatro Rebis. Welcome, Angela. Thank you.
Thank you, Adelina, for your introduction. I apologize, I will speak in Italian, but I will try to play the poetry of Anne Sexton in English. I will start reading the poetry, Her Kind. I have gone out, a possessed witch, haunting the black hair, braver at night, dreaming evil. I have done my itch, over the plain houses, light by light, lonely thing, 12-fingered, out of mind. A woman like that is not a woman quite. I have been her kind. I have found the warm caves in the woods, filled them with carvings, skillets, shelves, closets, silks, innumerable goods. Fixed the suppers for the worms and the elves, whining, rearranging the disaligned. A woman like that is not understood. I have been her kind. I have ridden in your car, driver, waved my nude arms at villages going by, learning the last bright roads. Survivor, where your flames still bite my thigh and my ribs crack, where your wheels wind. A woman like that is not ashamed to die. I have been her kind. Mi scuso intanto per aver osato leggere in lingua originale la poesia Her Kind, manifesto poetico della grande poetessa americana Anne Sexton. Ma ciò che mi interessa dire attraverso questa splendida poesia è espresso, io credo, in una lingua universale e percepibile, al di là dei suoni ed eludibile. Anne Sexton nacque nel 1928 ed è considerata l'icona della confessional poetry, movimento poetico americano degli anni 50 e 60 di cui divenne testimonianza assoluta insieme a Robert Lowell e Sylvia Plath. Manifesto di un'intera generazione che tentò di indagare la dimensione inconscia e il profondo vissuto personale, Sexton riassume un'intera generazione di artiste che forzavano i limiti imposti alle donne. Lei stessa si definì una strega per evocare l'immagine di una donna che non si adegua agli schemi imposti dalla società americana del suo tempo, un'immagine simbolo quindi di una generazione. Strega, uno stereotipo antico che oggi viene tradotto dalla cultura pop come quello della bad girl, da confrontare con il gruppo di artiste attiviste Guerrilla Girls. Nell'antichità aveva già creato una scissione tra le spose come Penelope e le altre come Circe, Calipso, Medea. Da molti anni il mio lavoro in teatro è caratterizzato da una continua attenzione verso le donne che hanno rifiutato di adeguarsi ai limiti e ai confini imposti da una cultura basata sul patriarcato. Ho iniziato a studiare la poesia di Anne Sexton interpretando uno dei suoi componimenti più significativi, Red Shoes, Scarpe Rosse, all'interno di Sisterhood, un'opera d'ascolto trasmessa in radio durante la pandemia a cura di Teatro Patalò. 11 artiste interpretano i testi di alcune autrici fondamentali per innescare un pensiero sull'esclusione delle donne dal tessuto culturale e sulla violenza quotidiana delle parole e dei comportamenti. Dopo 4 anni di studio sulla Sexton, mi sono decisa a realizzare un intero spettacolo sulla sua poesia, prodotto dal Teatro delle Donne di Firenze, che da 30 anni sostiene e produce le opere di numerosissime artiste donne in Italia. Abbiamo presentato il lavoro il 6 settembre a Villa Vogel all'interno del Festival Avamposti, festival dedicato alle nuove drammaturgie contemporanee. Io sul palco accompagnata da Donato De Mita, attore. Si tratta di una performance dedicata all'esperienza poetica e musicale che la poetessa realizzò assieme ad un gruppo di musicisti, ovvero l'ensemble rock letterario Anne Sexton and Her Kind, fondato dalla Sexton nel 1968 con un suo grande amico che divenne poi il manager del gruppo, Bob Clausen. Le loro performance di poesia e musica da camera ebbero un grande successo e girarono per diversi anni in tutti gli Stati Uniti. I musicisti suonavano e Anne Sexton interpretava vestita di rosso a piedi nudi perché iniziava a leggere le sue poesie, togliendosi subito i tacchi a spillo che talvolta lanciava nel pubblico. Si esibì tanto nelle università quanto nei locali notturni di Boston, Chicago, New York, sconvolgendo tutti per i temi spiazzanti e audaci a quel tempo: corpo, adulterio, orgasmo, libertà sessuale, maternità, violenza, aborto, psicofarmaci, critica al pensiero religioso. Ecco, ho quindi avuto modo di studiare a lungo la poesia e la vita di Anne Sexton, che sono così strettamente legate, e ho deciso di farne anche io un canto, ripercorrendo questa sua esperienza musicale, e soprattutto per me è uno studio sulla voce come strumento musicale e sull'interpretazione dell'io poetico di Anne Sexton. Quindi ringrazio Cristina Gelli, il Teatro delle Donne, per avermi dato l'opportunità di portare avanti questa ricerca affascinante, che peraltro il prossimo 27 dicembre porteremo in scena proprio qui a Roma all'interno del Festival Puro Teatro, nel bellissimo Teatro di Documenti, dove cercheremo di fare luce su alcuni aspetti che hanno caratterizzato le opere e la vita della grandissima poetessa. Ciò che mi ha affascinata nella sua poesia è proprio una denuncia impietosa, tagliente, verso il ruolo nel quale la società degli uomini ha da sempre confinato la donna, la casa. Nella sua opera Transformations del 1971, Anne Sexton riscrive in chiave contemporanea ben 17 fiabe dei fratelli Grimm, ambientandole tra le strade illuminate al neon di Chicago. Ecco qui il vivere felici e contenti si muta in una stasi impossibile da sopportare. La bella addormentata delude le aspettative del suo pubblico, soffrendo di insonnia e assumendo tranquillanti. E la mela della matrigna di Biancaneve è il veleno con cui la società americana, matrigna, guasta il frutto proibito, la poesia, cercando di avvelenare la sua brillante carriera di poeta, scrittrice, attraverso un malessere che le fu impossibile da sopportare. E qui vengo al punto che mi interessa argomentare maggiormente. La vita e la carriera della Sexton, premio Pulitzer nel 1967 con la raccolta di poesie Live or Die, sono sempre state segnate da una grave patologia psichica che la portò ad uccidersi nel 1974. In questi anni di studio ho potuto osservare il tragico destino che unisce le donne della famiglia Sexton: esaurimenti nervosi, degenze presso cliniche psichiatriche, suicidi, alcolismo. Nella poesia la maledizione è la stessa Sexton a fare riferimento ad una condizione di sofferenza legata alla sua malattia, che si ripete inesorabile all'interno della sua famiglia, tra le donne. Dobbiamo pensare ad una causa biologica e quindi genetica? O possiamo ipotizzare che l'ambiente familiare prima e culturale poi abbiano influito sulla già sensibile realtà psichica dell'artista? Ho iniziato a pensare che il suicidio di Anne Sexton, come anche quello di Sylvia Plath, con cui condivido lo stesso drammatico destino, sia frutto di una cultura americana oltremodo violenta, demolitrice, in una sola parola, in guerra. Una cultura in guerra contro le donne. Vorrei qui suggerire alcuni nodi che potranno in futuro essere sciolti riguardo all'esasperata protesta della Sexton verso il regime culturale e politico americano, una sofferenza lancinante, quella provata dalla Sexton verso un regime consolidatosi nel fare guerra per aumentare la produzione economica dello Stato americano, procreando morte piuttosto che vita ed esportando il consumo della morte in abbondanza quanto il consumismo della vita, interiorizzato peraltro attraverso le illusioni del sogno americano. Così scrive Anne Sexton: noi siamo l'America, siamo i riempitori di bare, siamo i bottegai della morte, Noi le bombe le imballiamo come casse di cavolfiori, noi apriamo bombe come scatole di scarpe. E il bambino? Certamente il bambino non sbadiglia. E la donna? La donna bagna il suo cuore nel fiume, le è stato strappato e bruciato. E come ultimo atto estremo, la donna lava il suo cuore nel fiume. Questo è il mercato della morte, America. America, dove sono le tue credenziali? Una società violenta ma decisamente lustrinata, quella degli anni 50 e 60, americana, con casette color pastello identiche le une alle altre ed acconciature femminili simili a rigide sculture, come ha perfettamente rappresentato Tim Burton nel film Edward Mani di Forbice. Qui l'abito della domenica veniva scelto in base al colore della tappezzeria della casa, delle pareti o piuttosto di un divano, ad indicare che la donna era un oggetto tra gli oggetti, forse il più insignificante, e soprattutto ad indicare che l'unico spazio vitale per una donna fosse la casa. Particolarmente affilato l'inizio del racconto Il ballo della giga, dove una donna a disagio durante una festa in mezzo a tante persone teme di diventare muta ed immobile come una sedia, insignificante come una sedia. Prendi una ragazza seduta su una sedia e muta, muta come un pesce muto. Non batte nemmeno le palpebre, è immobile come un mobile, è diventata la sedia su cui siede, una sedia così priva di senso che alla fine lei stessa finisce per sentirsi ordinaria come una sedia, immobile come una sedia, insignificante come una sedia. Non mi guardare, non sono niente, dice la sedia. Siediti, siediti pure su di me e spezzami le gambe, tanto io non mi muovo, non mi muoverò, non posso muovermi. Questi sono i miei braccioli e queste le mie gambe inchiodate al suolo. Take a girl sitting in a chair. She's mute. She's silent. She's like a fish, mute. Like a mute fish. She doesn't even blink. She has become the chair she sits on. A chair so ordinary that in the end she herself ends up feeling as ordinary as a chair, as distant as a chair, as plain as a chair, as unmoved, as unnoticeable. The chair says, "Don't look at me. I'm nothing." The chair says, "I stay the same. Sit on me. Crack my legs. Lean on my arms. But I will not move. I taste the drink." Can a chair taste? That's my worst mistake, thinking I am a chair, trying to stay fixed. Nel 2017, mentre col mio gruppo di studio facevo una ricerca sulla vita delle donne che hanno avuto un ruolo significativo nella storia, uno studio che poi mi ha portato a conoscere la dottoressa Luana Testa, che ha scritto l'opera La storia scordata, che domani sera porteremo in scena proprio qui, in questa stessa sala. Ecco, mentre studiavo la vita di molte donne di varie epoche, mi trovai di fronte alla pubblicità americana degli anni 50 e 60 e rimasi inorridita da questa inaudita ferocia. Una sequenza di slogan con fotografie raccapriccianti. Mi sono chiesta, dopo averle osservate, e se le donne, tutte le donne, fossero state bersaglio di una cultura che mirava con estrema precisione alla loro distruzione? Ecco, come potete vedere, possiamo anche scorrere le immagini se non l'avete già fatto. Ancora? Ancora? Dalla donna tappeto alla casalinga senza cervello, all'oggettificazione della donna come vuoto trastullo sessuale. Ogni donna prestata a tale promozione e vendita commerciale sembra essere di plastica, una bambola di pezza con occhi di vetro. I loro colori sono artefatti naturali, i loro sorrisi sono dei tagli nei loro volti, rigorosamente inespressivi. Mi chiedo, quante possibilità avevano di salvarsi davvero Sylvia Plath e Anne Sexton, due grandissime poetesse della loro epoca, in un'America così puritana, perbenista, che per aumentare la produttività del paese aveva azzerato la dimensione degli affetti per moltiplicare quella dei numeri, a favore del calcolo e delle credenziali bancarie. Quante probabilità aveva di resistere a tale oppressione una poetessa come Anne Sexton, che nonostante tutto cercò con tanti anni di analisi di salvarsi da questa insopportabile condizione di malessere, non trovando adeguate risposte. Anne Sexton, eppure, era convinta che un giorno ci sarebbe riuscita, che ce l'avrebbe fatta guarire dalla maledizione di una follia che tutti le dicevano essere congenita nella sua famiglia. Ce l'avrebbe fatta grazie alla sua poesia e grazie alla psichiatria. Ma chi può escludere che anche la psichiatria e la psicologia americana degli anni 50 e 60 non fosse condizionata da pregiudizi ereditari basati sulla genetica? Una cultura psicologica che non concepiva l'immagine di un sé originariamente sano, in quanto realtà umana di creatività e socialità, che avrebbe potuto garantire la speranza di una cura e quindi la speranza di una guarigione. Vorrei chiudere la mia relazione con alcuni dei versi più belli di Anne Sexton, che fanno parte della performance che sto portando in scena, per cercare di preservare intatta, nonostante tutto, la bellezza della sua poesia, in una lingua, come dicevo, universale, percepibile al di là dei suoni, deludibile, che per me è il suono silenzioso del teatro. The poetry is the sun. I have heard of fish coming up for the sun, who stayed forever, shoulder to shoulder, avenues of fish that never got back, all their proud spots and solitudes sucked out of them. I think of flies who come from their foul caves out into the arena. They are transparent at first, then they are blue with copper wings. They glitter on the foreheads of man. Neither bird nor acrobat, they will dry out like small black shoes. I am an identical being. I am an identical being. I am an identical being, diseased by the cold and the smell of the house. I undress under the burning sun. My skin flattens out like seawater. Oh, yellow eye. Oh, yellow eye, let me be sick with your heat. Let me be feverish and frowning now. I am utterly given. I am your daughter, your sweetmeat, your priest, your mouth, and your bird. And I will tell them all stories of you until I am laid away forever. A thin, gray banner. And I will tell them all stories of you until I am laid away forever. A thin, gray banner. Thank you. Thank you.
Grazie tanto Angela per l'intervento e per il performance. Allora, we open up the floor to questions. If we have 5 minutes, if there's anybody who'd like to make some comments.
I just make some comments about Stefania Biancani's talk, just to say that what you said about Teresa Muratori has a lot of coincidences with Plautilla Bricci's lives. So also Plautilla Bricci's fathers donated, left to her his library, and it is very interesting and meaningful library he left to Plautilla. And as I wrote in my book, I said Plautilla's dowry. I just titled that chapter Plautilla's dowry. So just to mean that when men were supporting women in the achievements of their dreams, that could be better fitting and matching, you know, the goals. And also what you're saying about the signature. So it's Plautilla signs two different paintings, Plautilla Briccia Romana Facebat, so underlining and stressing out that she was from Rome and living in a very crucial moment because she was working in the same time as Bernini, Borromini, Pietro da Cortona, and so forth. So she was super
Connected.
Yes, to identify herself as herself, not as anybody else, just being around. So I think that is a methodology we should really pursue.
The same with Elisabetta Sirani, which you obviously know about. That sense of identity and authorship of, as I say, io l'ho fatto, I made it. Yes, no one else. Any other comments, thoughts? Yes, Juliet.
Hello. So it's just to, hello, can you hear me all right? Yes, it was just to respond quickly to the point. Yes, I mean, we were talking about this during the break, that this assertion of I made it, really interesting, crosses the boundaries between, you know, the looking back from the space of the 19th century, Meurent, you know, making that presence very strong and forceful, and the lens we might use again for looking at portraits by early modern artists in spaces of their construction. And agency. So I think that's really interesting, because there's a sense in which Meurent portrait can almost be looked at like a Renaissance portrait in that respect, resisting a very specific historicity and placing herself in a bigger frame of reference. But the question I had was for Francesca. I was really interested, you showed us the work of Celesi, Carla Celesi, which was really fascinating, and I was really intrigued by the monument. Could you tell us a little bit more about how her war monument? Could you tell us a little bit more about how that came about, the Monument aux Morts de la Première Guerre? It looks really interesting. It seems like a huge commission, and is it unusual to see women working in that monumental space at this time?
Yes, this is a gift for the people that was dead for the First War.
Yeah.
And the project is realized by Carla Celestia di Vegliasco. But I think that it is a gift, as a air gift for the death of the first war.
I mean,
But
does
this
she
is a
work?
clear
Because
cut.
again, we think about ways in which the very kind of spaces, including of commemoration,
Yeah.
can be, you know, about masculine power and
Yeah.
about, you know, conflict, which is memorialized in terms of, you know, the sort of the male story of this. Did she to produce models for this? I mean, was this something that she worked on over a period of time?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know, because we don't have the archive of
Yeah.
of this project
Yeah.
for Carla Celestia di Vegliasco.
Yes.
We have the archive for her work like a paintress, but for this work I don't have a lot of information.
I mean, I think it's really fascinating the way how this connects with the paper we heard earlier from Anna on institutions for training specifically women artists being turned into war hospitals or spaces. So there's another question that arises actually about monuments activities in terms of women being right at the front, you know, in terms of these spaces of war and spaces of battle, and how they are, you know, in the case of the First World War, the question arises that there may be, again, these really important but hidden stories to bring to attention.
I'm not sure that I understand the questions.
Yeah.
Is the place of this artist in the war?
Yeah, it's really in her creation and conception of it.
Yeah. I don't have because I began to study Carla Celestia di Vegliasco.
Yeah.
But for me, the study of this artist is very individual. Is like microhistoric, and I don't have a lot of information to her for like a question like this.
Yeah,
so
but maybe there's going to be more to discover. Yeah.
Well, I'm so sorry to interrupt this lovely conversation, but time is just against us. So we need to conclude the first session, and we will be studying over at 2:30 instead of 2. We really kind of ask you to be within the time span we have assigned to each of you, because otherwise it is very complicated, you know, to make it up the program. We thank you, everyone. We do remember you that today at 5 p.m. there will be the presentation of the first volume of the proceedings of the AIWAC #1. So we are all kindly invited to participate to it. Thank you. Oh, yes. And tonight we have...
Stasera si mangia a tavola con Caterina de' Medici. So that's it.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the second section of the conference. AIWAC conference, second day, second session, and the topic of today's afternoon is the femme forte. We will start our second the session with a talk delivered by Liana De Girolamo-Micini. I'm very honored to have her here at our conference. Professor De Girolamo-Micini is emerita from UMass Lowell. She has written many books on Italian Renaissance, Mannerism, Pre-Raphaelite art, women arts. Notably Botticelli's Neoplatonic images, the homes of Giorgio Vasari's teacher of sacred and profane art, Giorgio Vasari prefaces to Giorgio Vasari's artistic and emblematic manifestations. Readings in Italian Mannerism, and then let me see, Neoplatonic aesthetics, music, literature, and visual arts, Edward Burne-Jones' mythical themes, Edward Burne-Jones' physical and metaphysical realms, Lavinia Fontana's mythological paintings, the art of the nude, Barbara Longhi of Ravenna, art, grace, and piety, and the self-portrait by women painters. And she has been awarded in 2005 as a book scholar by SICAC and many other publications. So we are absolutely honored to have with us today Professor Liana Girolamo-Micini, and she will be talking about, Hypatia of Alexandria. And her paper is Hypatia of Alexandria, a fiercely intelligent woman. Liana, are you connected?
I think I am. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I think I'm ready to go whenever. And it's a pleasure to be here.
Liana, hold on. You have to switch on your presentation to share your presentation with us. Otherwise, we cannot see it.
Okay. Can you see it now?
Can you put full screen mode?
Just 1 second. Forgive me. 1 second.
Don't worry. Don't worry.
Oh my gosh, I did. Sorry.
We see you multiple
Yeah,
times.
100 times. I know. It was all well. Let me exit and start all over again. Forgive me.
Try to shut it off and open it again. Okay. Well, I have to make an announcement. Unfortunately, Elizabeth Lev, who's supposed to deliver her speech after Liana, the Tigress of Forlì, Caterina Riario Sforza in life, art and literature, is not able to participate because she has an emergency at home. She will be probably presenting her paper tomorrow. So
I'm ready to come.
Liana,
No, just give me a minute.
Okay.
I'm here.
Ready?
I'm here. I am working on it. I'm sharing the screen. I'm following Fabio's. Okay, are we ready? Can you see me? Can you
Yes.
see the presentation?
Perfect. Good job. Waiting
Okay.
for your speech.
Okay, are we ready? Okay.
We
First
are.
of all, I want to thank Consuelo Lollobrigida and Adelina Modesti for inviting me to participate. I'm very excited about this. And I also want to thank Fabio for all the technical support. This presentation derives and delves into the remarkable intellectual accomplishment of Hypatia of Alexandria, a distinguished mathematician, philosopher, and scientist. Hypatia means in Greek, highest or supreme, indeed a supreme woman. Hypatia was born in 350 in Alexandria, Egypt. Her mother identity is unknown. Her father was Theon of Alexandria, an astronomer and a mathematician. She may have had a brother, Epiphanius, we're not certain. She never married, and she died brutally martyred by a Christian mob in 415. This presentation consists of two parts. The first part deals with the life and achievement of Hypatia. The second part discusses a sculpture by the American artist Howard Roberts Hypatia in Philadelphia. And here we start with my first part. Unfortunately, there are limited historical records about her. Probably many of the records were destroyed during her murder of 1415 during Lent. This tragic event occurred during the reign of Emperor Theodosius II, a Christian patriarch of Alexandria. His fanatical nephew, Cyril, Archbishop of Alexandria, continued the persecution of the Christian. Earlier in 341, he had led the second burning of the library of Alexander the Great and the temple of Serapis. Although scarce, some primary sources offer insight into her life of Hypatia. The Christian historian Socrates Scholasticus, in his book Ecclesiastical History, of 439, noting her intellectual ability in philosophy and her most famous lecture on the subject, inviting scholars from abroad. The second source is the Byzantine encyclopedia Suda Lexicon of the 10th century, which offers a detailed account of her personality as a learned philosopher, beautiful woman. The third source is the correspondence with her pupil, Synesius of Cyrene, who became bishop of ancient Libya. With this correspondence, they exchanged thought about Neoplatonism. He incorporated Hypatia Neoplatonic ideals with the explanations and writings on the doctrine of Trinity, unifying Neoplatonism with Christian ideology. Hypatia was trained in mathematics and astronomy by her father, Theo of Alexandria, who edited Euclid Elements and taught mathematics at the University of Alexandria, also known as Alexandria Academy. She too was a professor at the Academy in 390. Being an admired lecturer and eloquent speaker in philosophy, in science, in mathematics, and in astronomy. In her philosophical concept of Platonism, she was influenced by the philosophy of Plato and Aristotle, and her Neoplatonic ideas followed the teaching of Plotinus. Hypatia abided by his Neoplatonism, a philosophical and religious system that considered the divine first cause, the originator of the universe, being called the One, and the pre-existence on the immortality of the soul. The human souls consisted of a lower irrational soul, which is the body, and the higher rational soul is the mind. The soul partakes of the one, hence is immortal. She made two significant contributions to mathematics. She wrote an explanatory essay on geometry and mathematics, Variophantus Arithmetica, 13-volume containing 100 mathematical problems with proposed algebra solution. Other significant essay explained Apollonius' conic sections. This Greek geometer, Apollonius of Berga, introduced his cones in terms of concept of parabola, ellipse, and hyperbola, all measurements also employed in astronomy. Hypatia's essay has not survived, but they were noted by the scholars of the time, which I mentioned earlier. Although they are known types of astrolabes, she might have created, and the one that I show you is in Sicily in the house of Leda. Hypatia may have contributed to the creation of a portable astrolabe, an astronomical calculator for ship navigation and devices for measuring the density of fluids. In her commentary on Plato's astronomical works, Almagesta, Planetary Hypothesis, Hypatia, who was working within the Ptolemaic tradition, supported the premise of a geocentric, Earth-centered universe, as opposed to the heliocentric, sun-centered model claimed by one of her associates, Aristarchus of Samos, who thought that the Earth was surrounded the sun in an elliptical movement and not circular, and this is how it orbits the sun, the Earth, and they were colleagues. She was a beautiful, cultivated woman who never married, but was pursued by many suitors, including her students. At the beginning of her academic career, her Neoplatonic teaching did not alienate many Christian students. But when one of her students, Orestes of Governor of Alexandria, started attending her lecture, legend tells us, problems began. He was unhappy because she did not favor his sexual advances and plotted with the Christian mob to kill her by dismembering her and brutally cut her body and burned her in the academy where she taught in 415. Despite her notable academic contribution, revered figure, and admiration for intellectual powers and physical beauty, her life was tragically cut short by this historical massacre. During her academic year, she was very knowledgeable. She was known all throughout her region and beyond the region. And because of that, she was the target of persecution, which threatened men of Alexandria, men of the academy in Alexandria, and as well as the women of Alexandria. And now I pass to my second part of the presentation. That focuses on a marble sculpture of Hypatia, brutal death, by the American sculptor Howard Roberts. He composed a plaster cast in 1873 in Paris and completed the sculpture in Philadelphia. Although highly regarded as an American artist, his productivity as a sculptor was scarce and completed only 7 works, including Hypatia. The subject of an ancient mathematician, astronomer, and philosopher of the Neoplatonic Alexandria school is an unusual theme for an American sculptor at this time. It appears to be a personal creation, probably from his life experience, which I will explain. Robert was a learned man interested in portraying literary heroines victimized by religious fanatics. Hypatia was persecuted and brutally murdered by the Christian mob in Alexandria because she taught non-Christian philosophy and did not abide by the laws of Christian rulers. Some records reveal that Robert's fascination with a novel by Charles Kingsley, Hypatia or Foes with All Faces, an English novel published in a book in 1853. But Kingsley began publishing chapters of this novel in 1852 in Fraser magazine, which achieved great popularity in England, in Europe, and in America. In 1897, the bookbinder and publisher from New York, Thomas Crowell, published a revised copy of Hypatia by Kingsley, with illustration by the American bookmaker and painter Edmund Garrett, which you see on the screen. Kingsley Hypatia was later translated into many languages, and in particular, there were many copies in Germany. Kingsley Hypatia was based on a French poem and novel by the French Charles-Marie René Leconte de Lille, Hypatie, of 1847. Sorry, I don't know what happened. Oh, there it is. Thank you. In 1859, the Academy of Music in Philadelphia performed a play staging The Black Agate. And The Black Agate was based on Kingsley's book of 1853. Probably enlightened Philadelphia attended the performance. Little doubt that Roberts, a native of Philadelphia, was present and inspired by this performance. Inspired by the victimization of Hypatia, Roberts selected this particular passage from the novel in order to create his statue. I want you to focus on the word naked and snow white color. Roberts carved a disheveled Hypatia, partially nude, revealing her breast, attempting to hold on to her clothing on her right hand, and with her left hand clutching to a large candelabra. At her feet, we see a candelabra in a stamp that functions as a candle holder in Christian churches. It is usually placed lit in an altar, symbolizing faith and hope. At her feet are Christian symbols, a large crucifix with a crucified Christ, the traditional symbol of Christianity, and an incense holder with an elaborate cover. The smoke created when the vessel is filled with powder, fragrance, ignited and burned at the sacrifice of the Mass. The incense as a compound aromatic gum and with balsam purifies and sanctifies the church when it's burning, when it's burning at the Mass. The smoke of the incense symbolizes the faith of Christian. These religious objects allude to Christianity, hence the cause of her persecution, not being a Christian follower, and used as attributes by Roberts. Her exaggerated contrapposto stance, unbalanced posture, and messy attire different from her stern and angry gaze. Roberts captured the dramatization of the event, creating a beautiful paradox for the viewer knowledgeable of the horror story by viewing a beautiful carved statue. In portraying the protagonist in a beautiful composition of a carved polished marble, while idealized human proportion and central volumes of lines, Roberts glorifies the martyrdom and violence for the sake of a beautiful sculpture, transgressing the gravity of the subject. Robert aims to compose a beautiful form, enhancing the physicality of the sculpture by using bright white marble. While viewing the beautiful carved sculpture, the observer is elated by perceiving beauty, and by being delighted, he experienced beauty. It is puzzling why Roberts would select an image of Hypatia, a Neoplatonic advocate. However, his interest in affinity with Neoplatonism originated from his education experience in Philadelphia and in Paris. In his native city of Philadelphia, a flourishing religious group and quasi-philosophical movement called the Philadelphian Society had Neoplatonic empathies. Although at this time it's impossible to ascertain his familiarity and membership in this group, it can be assumed that because of his social status and level of education, he was culturally aware of this well-established philosophical movement. In Paris, another major source about philosophical writing and Neoplatonism were the literati. Among the literati was the Neoplatonic philosopher Victor Cousin, who had translated Proculus Diodocus between 1820 and 1827, as well as the writing of Plato. He also provided awareness of the Hellenistic Platonic ideals to the French humanists in the 19th century. Another major culture was the writing and poetry of the literary critic Théophile Gautier in his popular novel Mademoiselle de Pande of 1835, and the collection of poems on art, Emo and Camus, of 1852. His work fostered Neoplatonic interest in the humanistic circle in Paris. Anglo-American writer Henry James, an admirer of Gautier's writing, claimed that Gautier's poem in Emo and Camus revealed robustness of vision and associated with Plato and Neoplatonism. Hence, the impact of the study of Plato, Platonism, and Neoplatonism in the writings of Plotinus and Aeneas were obviously established in the intellectual circles during the time of Roberts. He associated the representation of this protagonist Hypatia with her philosophical ideals of Neoplatonism, as well as the mathematical quest by carving a statue of a beautiful woman with Neoplatonic symmetry and beauty. As in the Aeneid, Plotinus commented on the beauty. What is that attract the eyes of those who see a beautiful object? And is presented and calls them and lures them toward it and fills the eyes with joy at the sight. Fascinated with the heroine Hypatia and her philosophical Neoplatonic ideas about beauty, Robert fused a metaphorical image of a woman employing the Neoplatonic concept of beauty and proportion in a sculpture. Hence, the historical figure of Hypatia, who lectured on Plato and Plotinus at the Alexandria School, captivated him. Perhaps under the influence of Roberts, other sculptors also became interested in the subject. The recently discovered Odoardo Tabacchi Hypatia was composed in 1874 in Turin. Tabacchi Hypatia was exhibited in Naples in 1877 and eventually in Paris. Unlike Roberts' Hypatia, Tabacchi's sculpture an agonizing moment in Hypatia martyrdom. She's tied up at a post with a plaque that inscribes her name, Hypatia, paradoxically an allusion to the cross, the crucifixion of Christ Henry. Tabacco shows a nude, young, beautiful female seated on a marble base as a sacrificial altar. Her stripped clothes encircle the lower part of the composition, emphasizing her forced nudity and her state of humiliation. The seated nude figure has her hand and feet tied up to a vertical post. The beautiful woman is composed, confronting the gruesome predicament with a fearful expression, an open mouth, and intense gaze. Tabacchi's statue embodies the horrifying and cruel moment of castigation of this beautiful, intelligent woman, a renowned scholar, that by the product of intolerance formed and fixed ideology, she was martyrized. In another version of Hypatia of 1891, Frances John Williamson portrayed her whole body. A villain defined her aggressor. She's standing in a contrapposto stance before a tall pedestal, recalling the sculpture of Roberts. Her long, voluminous tresses behind her back contrast with her exposed body. One arm partially covers her breast, while the other is upwardly extended in a sign of victory. Her dazing gaze contrasts with Roberts' enraged Hypatia and Tabaki, fearful Hypatia. William, too, was inspired by Kingsley's historical novel. Williamson's Hypatia repeats the sentiment of Roberts' Hypatia, but with a contrasting dramatic emphasis on presenting a twisting nude female body to convey persecution, like Tabaki. And to conclude, in his sculpture, Roberts aimed to delight the senses. This delight has a bittersweet twist. The eye is guided in seeing the parts and the whole of the form. Once the eyes capture the totality of the form, the intellect processes the visual experience with delight and then with horror. Very Neoplatonic. In composing this statue, Robert is aesthetically concerned with the creating of a total form expressed intuitive, mathematical, measurable terms and proportion. The Hypatia persona and Neoplatonic ideals of artistic measurability inspired Robert's conceit of beauty for his sculpture of this fiercely intelligent woman. Thank you.
Thank you, Liana. If you want to stay connected, we have a Q&A session at the end of the presentations. Thank you. Thank you so much for this very interesting talk. Well, so Elizabeth Lev is not here. I would go ahead with Simone Andreoni. Simone Andreoni is a PhD student at Tor Vergata, University of Rome, and he's actually researching now on the life of the band Voigels with Professor Giovan Battista Fidanza. He used to be a scientific consultant for European antique dealers and worked at the Galleria Corsini with the late Dr. Giorgio Leone and Professor Alessandro Cosma. As a PhD student, Andreoni's research encompasses the history and the theory of history of art in early modern Italy. His specific field is that of the 16th and 17th century art in Tuscany, Rome, and Flanders, and the exchanges between the painters and sculptors who were active there. For AIWAC 3, Simone Andreoni served as scientific secretariat. Welcome, Simone Andreoni. His talk is to militant matrons and an artist, Sallustia Cerrini, Olimpia Orsini Cesi, and Giovan Battista Fiammeri, I'm sorry. Simone Andreoni, the stage is yours.
Dear professors, dear scholars, dear colleagues, the subject of my speech revolves around the profiles of two minor yet still relevant Roman matrons, Olimpia Orsini and Sallustia Cerrini. They were femme forte in that they managed to overcome their husbands' weaknesses, defending their children, creating their family's fortune. An achievement, an achievement as such demanded a solid amount of skill, especially because Olimpia was the mother of Federico the Younger Cesi, the founder of the Accademia dei Lincei. And I consider Olimpia and Sallustia to be talented and militant because theirs was not a favorable context. Not at all. We see here the Bible, and in the two version, the Vulgata for the Catholics and the King James Version, just because it's prose, I love it. I love its prose, and I didn't want to literally translate Latin. And they show, these passages show that women could not do too much. Women were asked to be submissive, to behave so as to bring to their husbands and their family glory, prosperity, and honor, following the example of the Holy Family. Women were explicitly discouraged from developing a full personality because that would be risky for men. A self-conscious woman might be more tempting than the expected. Yet, exceptions were made all the time. This is the signature of Isabella di Arcangelo da Jesi. You can see it there. Isabella is the alleged painter of a fresco in the Vatican Library. She was asked to paint the Council of Trent, a very important scene, by under the Pope Sixtus V, a very misogynistic pontiff. It's very relevant, this detail, because it's the only. I'm sorry, I'm a bit emotional, much more than I wanted to. This is the only signature we can see in the whole library. All the open books have scribbles. This is the only written signature, the only written words that are clearly readable. And this is exceptional because usually things were very different. This is a chapel in the Chiesa del Gesù here in Rome. This chapel was decorated with upon request of 3 women, Porzia Anguillara Orsini, Giovanna, and Beatrice Caetani Cesi. These 3 women used their finances to pay the artists and the marble artisans involved there. And you can see it's lavish, it's richly ornated, yet there are no signatures. There is no explicit reference to them. Not even their graves are there. And this is very relevant because Jesuits, as we all know, did not allow women to enter their ranks, except for Isabel of Austria, but because she was the Joan of Austria. She was a daughter of Charles V. Usually, their opinion of women was a bit harsh. However, exceptions were made. In San Vitale, still in Rome, Isabella Feltria della Rovere, Princess of Bisignano, was acknowledged as the patron of the whole church. She spent 2,000 scudi for its renewal. And her emblem is on the balustrade in front of the main altar. However, it's not so relevant because only the priests could see it. Things change with the 2 exceptions, with Olympia and Sallustia. And I wanted to state it. Militant means existing loudly against a lot. Sometimes to be allowed to display one's emblem is as loud as a scream in such a church like the Gesù. This is the chapel Orsini Cesi. As some of you may remember, it's very renowned for a series of paintings on the lives of Saint Francis. They were created by a bunch of northern artists. We don't know exactly who they were. Giovanni Baglione says that there were involved an otherwise unknown Giuseppe Penitz and Paul Brill, but it's uncertain and not worthy of consideration at the moment, at least. But you can see there is a symmetry because the Orsini-Cesi chapel is symmetrical to the chapel of the Madonna della Strada. That one. The project was just one, created by Father Giuseppe Valeriano, and who was the iconographer and the art director of the Jesuits at the end of the 1580s. However, you can see that while Giuseppe Valeriano is very balanced, is very classic, albeit with a tinge of mysticism, Orsini-Cesi chapel is more mysterious, darker colors, and the gold leaves are more impactful. Gold is crucial to convey the message. You can see the vision, hopefully you can see the vision of Saint Francis in the heaven, and it will be not as impactful without the gold all around and the bright marbles. These kind of marbles are not present in the Madonna della Strada chapel. And why is it so relevant? Olimpia Orsini-Cesi was the wife of Federico the Elder. Federico the Elder was a peculiar person. In his when he was a young man, he was a very involved patron. He patronized with his wife, he patronized musicians, dancers, and artists, even Cesare Nebbia. Cesare Nebbia, the leading figure in late 16th century Roman art. And you can see that both the emblems of husband and wives are displayed. On your left, the emblem of Federico the Elder. On your right, the emblem of Olympia. And this is the emblem of Olympia as a married woman. Her emblem as a maid was on the right. Olympia, moreover, was constantly behind every decision of her son. She protected him from his father, who was abusive in the most contemporary sense ever. Olympia also was charged by Federico the Elder's mother to protect the finances of the family, of the Cesi family, because he was compulsive in spending money. So when you see the Orsini-Cesi chapel and the emblem of the very emblem of Olympia, you see a declaration, a scream that is, my husband is cash poor, is a very bad person. I'm the only responsible for the money spent here. And you can see gold so shiny that you can see it even here. And a fresco by Baldassarre Croce with the golden aureola. And Olympia was also praised by Antonio Gallonio. He was the intellectual of the Oratoriani, the sons of Saint Philip Neri. He dedicated his Storia delle Sante Vergini Romane, history of the Saint Roman Virgin Women, to Olympia, because she was an intellectual. She was forced, she was compelled to be discreet, but she was very evident, present all the time. And in the archive of the Cesi, there was a volume, now lost, I swear, of the letters between the mother and the son, because they were constantly confronting, discussing everything, the policy of the Accademia dei Lincei. And moreover, you can see some more details. You know that Jesuits decided the iconographies and subjects of their chapels and their churches way before they found patrons. But in the chapel of St. Francis, there may be an exception. The friars, and including St. Francis, are all dressed as Capuchins. The Capuchin was a recent order, a bit borderline because it had many heretics, such as Bernardino Ochino, but very respected for his orthodoxy at that time, and competing against the Jesuits for the evangelization of Southern America and East Asia. So why Jesuits, so attentive to propaganda, allowed to display Capuchin iconography? I found the testament, the last will of Olympia. She was a Capuchin tertiary. She was, moreover, her spiritual director was Father Ruggero Manassei. He was the superior of the order at the time for the Central Italy. And she was allowed to display her will, her personal will as a woman, because the superior general of the Jesuits, Father Claudio Acquaviva, was also her spiritual director. I found a letter from Father Acquaviva to her. At that time, when this chapel was created in 1599, she was sick in Acquasparta, her fief in Umbria. And now I'm happy to present, and you can see that the series of paintings in the Cesi Orsini Chapel is very peculiar because its quality is so high. There's such a display of amazing technique, and yet it's so difficult to find an attribution for each of these paintings. I attempted for at least one of these paintings once. I published an essay, but now it's not relevant. Now is the turn of Sallustia Cerrini, a funny, interesting case of self-made woman. She was the daughter of a merchant in Tarquinia, northern Latium. She is renowned because she personally paid for her family's chapel. She had money. She was married to Ottaviano Crescenzi. Ottaviano Crescenzi belonged to one of the oldest families of Rome, one of the most illustrious, but he was, once again, cash poor. He was broke, and he was the worst administrator ever for all his properties. Therefore, you can see the contempt her wife had for him, at least as I interpret it, in the chapel of the family. This is the Serlupi Crescenzi family's chapel, but there is no emblem related to the Serlupi Crescenzi. The only visible emblem you see is the Cerrini. And it's really the Cerrini's emblem because it appears in a volume in the Biblioteca Casanatense here in Rome. Moreover, why I'm so explicit about the relevance of emblems in the Chiesa del Gesù? Because Jesuits did not want emblems to be so publicly displayed. Usually the emblems of the patrons, male or female alike, were displayed flanking the altars. The side altars were only visible to priests and devout of the family. 3 exceptions in the last decades of the 16th century were still survive to this day. The Cerrini, the Orsini Cesi, and last but not least, the Garzonio's chapel. But the Garzonio family was the family that hosted St. Ignatius in his first times in Rome. So only the most relevant patrons were allowed to have emblems. That two women had such an honor, it becomes even more relevant because in the registers of the sacristy, they were not, Sallustia Cerrini and Olimpia Orsini were not recorded with their maidens' names. They were recorded with their husbands' names, Sallustia Crescenzi, Olimpia Cesi, or just with their names, by their names. You can see another feature of this chapel. It's luxury. It's full of gold. It's full of top quality paintings by a Florentine artist whose name is Agostino Ciampelli. It is very important, once again, because Sallustia is documented that Sallustia spent 4,000 scudi to renew San Vitale, the church for the novices of the Compagnia del Gesù. Isabella Feltria, the Princess of Bisignano, spent just 2,000 scudis. And the rest, 2,000 scudis for the complete renewal, were given by other private benefactors. So this chapel cost as much as the San Vitale. So, and I found the documents of the, I wanted to understand why Sallustia was so eager to impress. She was a banker. She was the sole responsible for her family's bank, Cerrini's bank, of course. And she wanted to impress. She wanted her children to have lush items to display her status. And she administered personally the fiefs of her husband. Her husband was ruled the small town of Montorio al Vomano. She collected the taxes from Montorio. She collected taxes from Galeria. She collected taxes from Macerata. She was a very authoritative person, and her heirs, even the Serlupi, still had an important memory of her. You can see that this chapel is another reason to be mentioned as relevant. The chapel was used by Jesuits to teach the young novices about the risk of martyrdom. They went to they had to go to Northern Europe. They had to go to Asia. They were destined. The risk of martyrdom for them was so high. You can see here St. Lawrence. He seems so chilled. He's so happy to be killed. And then there is the conclusion. Giovan Battista Fiammeri. Giovan Battista Fiammeri, research has shown that he was responsible for the iconographies and the correction of all the pictures destined to the Gesù at San Vitale from 1580s to 1600. And afterwards, he became an assistant of Father Villalpando. Fiammeri, this is Fiammeri. You can see a painting by him in the Church of San Vitale. You can see that he was a very elegant artist. However, he was illiterate. He could not write his own name. He was a trusted scholar, a student of Bartolomeo Ammanati. And when you study the documents on the decoration of the Chiesa del Gesù, you realize that there is a hole, there is a gap. How could Fiammeri, who was illiterate, who was the collaborator of such an important sculptor, be trusted enough to supervise lush decorations, so relevant chapels in the mother church of the Jesuits? Documents hint that it was supervised by an architect, Father Giovanni de Rosis. Father Giovanni de Rosis was educated by the Jesuits, was an architect, and architecture was the leading art for Jesuits. Further, a document shows that De Rosis supervised Fiammeri in the decoration of the chapel of Orsini Cesi. Fiammeri helped those northerners adapt, conform to Rome. So the next step for my research that will be mentioned in my thesis essay, final essay, will be Fiammeri. How did it work? How did he relate to these cultivate, elegant women with so much money and so much power and intelligence? And I chose this painting dedicated to women, to virgin women, because it's so delicate. He seems to understand what it was meant to be a virgin according to the Catholic Church at that time. And that's it. That's the end of my speech.
Thank you, Simone. Perfect in time. And then the last talk of the day. I'm really honored to welcome the podium Dr. Adelina Modesti. Dr. Modesti is an honor fellow at Melbourne University. She has written about women artists in Bologna, specifically about Elisabetta Sirani, and we will be presenting her book on next November the 14th at the Musei Capitolini here in Rome, her last book actually. She has written also beautiful, interesting book about Vittoria della Rovere, and today she will be delivering a talk on Vittoria della Rovere, an early modern political femme forte. Thank you, Adelina.
Thank you, Consuelo, for being part of this conference and allowing me to be part of it. Thanks, Fabio, for the technical assistance, the University of Arkansas for La Cornice. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. And I'd also like to thank the School of Culture and Communication at my university, University of Melbourne, for a travel grant that enabled me to come to this conference. So, Vittoria della Rovere. This paper will address Grand Duchess of Tuscany, Vittoria della Rovere, self-fashioning as a political femme forte and the cultural and diplomatic arenas in which she chose to exercise her power and authority, with particular focus on Victoria's support of women, as this was a major aspect of her governance, her philanthropy, and her patronage. As I have argued elsewhere, the Grand Duchess was well aware of her strong leadership role, adopting patronage in all its diverse manifestations, artistic and diplomatic, as a means to achieve her personal, social, cultural, and political goals. We shall find that Vittoria della Rovere was a cultured and cultivated woman who well understood the efficacy of the latest artistic trends and material culture in fashioning her princely status and image of power. A bit of background. Who was Vittoria della Rovere? Like Simone Andreoni's two militant Roman matrons, Vittoria della Rovere, Princess of Urbino and Grand Duchess of Tuscany from 1637 to 1694, was a formidable patron of the arts as well as a spiritual philanthropist. The last of the della Rovere dynasty from Urbino, at the age of 1, when her father died, she was repatriated to Florence with her recently widowed mother, Claudia de' Medici, who remarried in 1626, moving to Innsbruck as the new Archduchess of Austria. The young Victoria, who was never to see her mother again, questo? No. Oh, okay. The young Victoria, who was to never see her mother again, remained at the Florentine court under the official guardianship of her maternal grandmother, Cristina of Lorena, and her aunt, who we see here, Maria Maddalena d'Austria, co-regents of Tuscany at the time for the latter's 16-year-old son, Ferdinando II de' Medici, future Grand Duke of Tuscany. Victoria had been betrothed to her older cousin Ferdinando at the age of 18 months, and so was subsequently educated and politically groomed by her guardians as the future Grand Duchess. A role that the young girl was made well aware of, as can be seen from her childhood portraits in full court regalia, depicting someone who was born to rule. The couple married in a private ceremony in 1634 and officially in 1637, with Victoria remaining Grand Duchess till the death of her consort in 1670, when she became the Dowager. She had two children who survived into adulthood, Cosimo III, born 1642, ascending to the Grand Ducal throne in 1670, and Francesco Maria, born 18 years later, 1660, who became a cardinal. It should be noted that Victoria separated from her consort for about 16 years after the birth of Cosimo III, after which they reconciled and Francesca Maria was born. During this separation, the Grand Duchess spent most of her time at her favourite villa retreat, Poggio Imperiale, on the outskirts of Florence, where she established her own satellite court and cultural salon, and where she gathered many talented women in the creative and performing arts as ladies in waiting and as her court artists. And we'll look briefly at these women later. For example, Giovanna Garzoni, Camilla Guerrieri, Giovanna Fratellini. Now, the villa of Poggio Imperiale, so named for it had been the suburban residence of Archduchess Maria Maddalena of Austria, sister of the Holy Roman Emperor and Victoria's aunt, then mother-in-law. Maria Maddalena, as co-regent of Tuscany, the first female regency in Medici history, had fashioned herself as an Amazonian leader, identifying with biblical women such as the heroic widow Judith, who with her sword of justice decapitated the enemy of the Jewish people, Holofernes, or with early Christian virgin martyrs such as Saint Catherine of Alexandria and Saint Dorothy. The stories of these femmes fortes and historical female figures, such as Saint Helena, we see here, the mother of Constantine, the first Roman emperor to convert to Christianity, featured prominently in the decorative cycle at Poggio Imperiale that the Archduchess commissioned from Matteo Rosselli circa 1618. The artist also produced this Semiramis, an ancient warrior queen for Maria Maddalena. Now, like her mother-in-law, Vittoria della Rovere, who bought the Villa Poggio Imperiale in 1659, similarly appropriated and deployed such visual propaganda to construct her self-image and courtly identity as a strong and powerful leader, as well as a pious and magnanimous benefactor. Indeed, Victoria commissioned the most number of portraits of any Medici female ruler. These functioned at her court as potent reminders to all of her dynastic claim to power, legitimating her political authority, as well as fashioning her identity as a pious Christian leader, caring mother, and generous philanthropist. At least 80 such portraits of Vittoria della Rovere in a variety of media are known, representing her at various stages of her life cycle, most painted by the Medici's foremost court artist, Justus Sustermans. We've already seen Victoria's childhood portraits commissioned by her mother, grandmother and aunt. And here we have another one on the left at the age of 8. Once Victoria became Grand Duchess, there are official state portraits, for example, the one on the right being the first, culminating in this powerful portrait as sovereign of the Tuscan state. This is by Sustermans as well, which shows her the trappings of her power, the Grand Ducal. Questo come si... No. No, non voglio... No, voglio puntare.
Ah, puntare
Questo. Ok, grazie. No, adesso andiamo avanti. Ok. The Grand Ducal crown that she is holding a rose in front of, and she's also wearing another crown, referring to herself as the Princess of Urbino. There are less formal state portraits, such as this from the Sedia Aulica, commissioned by her brother-in-law, Prince Leopoldo de' Medici, and even more informal representations. For example, this one by Francesco Furini, and the sculpture by Giovanni Battista Foggini, which dates from 1690, when she is already in her close to her 70s, which draws heavily, which shows her a young Victoria, which draws heavily from earlier portraits of her. There are also images of her as dowager during her widowhood, a time when she became most active as a patron and spiritual philanthropist. Allegorical portraits in the guise of popular female saints abound from the 1630s and 40s, such as Saint Margherita di Antiochia or Saint Catherine of Alexandria, Saint Helena and Saint Victoria, and even as the Holy Virgin, as she teaches her son Cosimo as Jesus to read, emphasizing Victoria's formative role as key educator of the future Grand Duke, and all intended to express her devout piety, reinforcing the notion that her rule was God-given, so the divine right of kings, and representing her as the keeper of the Christian faith. For as Alice Sanger has shown for the Medici Grand Duchesses before Victoria, the sacred was at the heart of their claim to political power. We also have abstract allegories of good government depicting Victoria, and these are two idealized, these two idealized portraits of Victoria as intelligence and prudence, magnanimity and abundance, and show her as being able to serve her subjects with wisdom and generosity. And in the glorification of Vittoria della Rovere in her winter apartment at the Pitti, the ceiling fresco dates from 1658 by Baldassare Franceschini, known as Il Volterano, which shows victory, fame and fortitude, allegories usually associated with men. Fortitude here, for example, is the Minerva-like figure holding up the oak tree, alluding to the Rovere family coat of arms. And the whole is surrounded by four round other scenes of, four other scenes, small allegories of Victoria's political and moral virtues, truth, peace, wisdom, and candour. And the final image that I'd like to show you before I move on to her patronage is this particularly quaint almost image of her as Herminia, the warrior with the guardian of the orchard, where she's, which is a scene from Tasso's Gerusalemme Liberata, a Renaissance chivalric classic that recounts the first Crusades, showing Victoria as a warrior woman in armour, for Herminia appropriated the military clothing of her rival in love, Clorinda. Now, to talk about patronage and her philanthropy, one needs to talk about money. And so how did Vittoria della Rovere finance her patronage and philanthropy? In 1631, at the death of her paternal grandfather, Francesco Maria II della Rovere, Duke of Urbino, Victoria inherited a large patrimony consisting of moneys, jewels, Urbino territories, such as the duchies of Rovere and Montefeltro, as well as a principality in the Kingdom of Naples, and the impressive Della Rovere art collection, the latter adding substantially to the Medici's own collection with such major works as Titian's Venus of Urbino and those of Raphael and Barocci, works that can still be admired at the Uffizi and Pitti galleries. So already prior to her marriage, Victoria had brought a wealth of cultural patrimony to Florence, which was to form part of her dowry. This was followed by her paternal grandmother Livia della Rovere's inheritance, as well as the return of her mother's dowry. So Victoria was financially secure, and this economic independence permitted her to dispose of her income as she saw fit, including building projects, villas and palace apartments, churches, chapels and female colleges, and supporting the many Tuscan subjects who sought her support. The Grand Duchess's discriminating and avant-garde tastes also guided her patronage and collection of the work of the major artists of the day, such as Luca Giordano, Carlo Dolci, Baldassare Franceschini, who we've already seen, Guido Reni, Guercino, Giovanna Garzoni, Elisabetta Sirani, to name but a few. So what were the political, diplomatic, social and cultural spaces of power through which Grand Duchess Vittoria della Rovere exercised her authority and influence and her patronage? And I've isolated about 10 areas here: governance, creation of an alternate female court, education, networking, architecture and decoration, artistic patronage and collecting, public image, which we've already seen, piety in her portraits, piety, spirituality and philanthropy, otherwise known as opere pie, courtly magnificence and dynastic display. Now, Vittoria della Rovere was born during the time of the Medici court's first female regency, and she continued this matrilineal rule under her own governance. The Grand Duchess inserted herself in the everyday running of the court, its political decision-making and diplomatic ceremonial, such as holding audience for visiting ambassadors, especially when her consort, the Grand Duke, was away, as attested to by Medici court diaries and Avvisi. After her son Cosimo III came to power in 1670, Victoria oversaw the Privy Council meetings as president of the Medici Court's Regia Consulta, thereby contributing publicly to government, state affairs, and state formation. Throughout her long rule, she was a generous benefactor and shrewd protector of her subjects, especially abused women, and had an intellectual appetite for politics and female governance, as attested to by the texts in her personal library. As Serre de la Mayenne wrote after a visit to the Medici court in 1673, she is one of the most able women in the world, governing the state absolutely. The Grand Duke, her son, does nothing without her advice and will. So she holds a great deal of de facto power in the reign of her son, Cosimo III. That Victoria was now considered, in effect, co-ruler of the Tuscan state, was visually manifested through court ceremonial, when she would sit on thrones together with Grand Duke Cosimo III under rich baldacchini, presiding equally over the rituals and ceremonies. And it must be stated that when the Grand Duke Cosimo married, such an honour was not given to the new bride, the new Grand Duchess, and it was Vittoria della Rovere who appropriated the power of the court. Okay. Oh, sorry, I don't know what I've touched there, but establish your own alternate female court and cultural salon. And this was done mainly at Villa del Poggio Imperiale, that she had bought off her consort in 1659, but from 1642 she was already transferring her own material goods, works of art, etc., to Poggio Imperiale. She created and governed her own independent gynocentric court at Poggio, which functioned as a cultural salon, surrounding herself with distinguished ladies in waiting from the most prestigious families of Florence and throughout Italy. Here she appointed her own resident female court artists in the fine, liberal, applied and performing arts. I haven't touched anything. No, non ho toccato niente. Ah. Okay, avanti, basta. Così, grazie. So she appointed her own resident female court artists in the fine, liberal, applied and performing arts, such as musician and composer Francesca Caccini, singers Maria Caterina Piccioli and Luisa Pesci, the painter Camilla Guerrieri and pastoress Giovanna Fratellini, and the peasant poet philosopher Maria Selvaggia Borghini, whom she appointed as her Dama d'Onore. The Grand Duchess furthermore founded and sponsored the first all-female literary academy in Siena in 1654, known as Le Assicurate, with the motto, qua ne difende e qua ne illustra l'ombra. One thinks of the l'ombra della Rovere, the family. These are just examples of her ladies in waiting. Francesca Raffaella Buccetti and Aldobrandina Colombini Castellani come Flora. So when Vittoria della Rovere became Grand Duchess in 1637, she inherited a court model that had been shaped by the first female regency in Medici history, with the memory of female rule established by her grandmother Cristina di Lorena and mother-in-law Maria Maddalena d'Austria, that she had known since a small child. She was able to effectively govern in a court system that was largely populated by female figures. Education. I don't think I'll be able to get through all of that. Vittoria della Rovere ensured that she personally managed the education of her children and grandchildren. Recall the image of her as the Virgin Mary teaching Cosimo to read. And this was another matrilineal tradition at the Medici court, whereby the women of the court took on the function of ensuring the education of the children. She arranged for the education and cultural formation also of all her courtiers. For example, the lady-in-waiting and court artist Giovanna Fratellini was taught miniature painting, drawing and pastel by Vittoria's male court artists, and she governed the education of her Tuscan subjects, the latter by establishing or presiding over schools and colleges specifically for girls, such as Le Montalve at the Medici Villa La Quiete near Castello, founded with the Grand Duchess' financial and moral support by her friend Eleonora Ramirez di Montalvo in 1650, of which college Vittoria became official superiore in 1680. Le Montalve was a college for the education of the daughters of elite Florentine families, but Vittoria also presided over schools for poor girls, such as Il Conventino, it too founded by Ramirez di Montalvo. Jessica Goethals has done a lot of work on La Quiete and Ramirez di Montalvo and her pedagogy. Female education in a range of disciplines and creative endeavours, furthermore, was central to the formation of the Grand Duchess's ladies in waiting, making them the ideal courtiers. And this is demonstrated that the education of her courtiers was paramount for Vittoria in this letter that she writes to Marchese Carlo Francesco Spada in Rome. La piena soddisfazione con la quale ho accettato l'offerta statemi da lei fatta della signora Contessa Ottavia, sua figlia, per una delle mie dame, onde a suo tempo non lascerò di riceverla fra di loro. Basta che io mi conduca, non pure a questo, ma I'm not quite sure of that word, esaudio, a poter finirgliela di educare come tanto più care ciò mi sarebbe se ancora vivesse la signora Marchese consorto di vostro signoria. Okay. Networking. Vittoria della Rovere built strong familial, personal and diplomatic relationships with important political figures, ecclesiastics, nobility and royalty throughout Italy and the continent, sustained through extensive correspondence and diplomatic gift-giving. The women that Vittoria especially befriended and who formed part of her extended network belonged to the Bourbon, Lorraine, Guise, Palatinate and Habsburg dynasties, that is, all the major houses of Europe, for example, Marie de Lorraine, Principess de Guise, and aristocratic connections in Italy included Teresa Dudley Carpegna of Florence, her niece Cristina Dudley Paleotti of Bologna, and Maria Virginia Borghese Chigi, Principessa di Farnese. Whilst family relationships were maintained with her cousins or sisters-in-law in foreign courts, such as Margherita de' Medici, Farnese, Duchess of Parma and Piacenza, Anna de' Medici, Archduchess of Austria, and Christina of France, the Duchess of Savoy in Turin, who was the daughter of Marie de' Medici, Queen Marie de' Medici. Architecture and decoration. Build, build and rebuild. Vittoria della Rovere expressed her princely status, spiritual affiliation, and political authority through architecture and interior decoration, building and restructuring palaces, apartments, villas, colleges, churches, chapels, and decorating their interior spaces. Building has traditionally been considered an activity primarily undertaken by men. However, women of means like Vittoria della Rovere also used architecture to make permanent statements about their personal and dynastic identity, with palace building and interior design especially becoming a site of female statecraft. She was very much a hands-on patron, especially regarding the remodeling and decoration of the apartments and buildings where she lived. She oversaw the planning and design of the representational spaces, such as the grand halls and galleries, as we saw just before with Poggio Imperiale, the sacred spaces, chapels and oratories, and the living quarters, especially bedrooms, as well as furnishings and decorating their interior spaces with sumptuous fabrics and furniture. And I'll just say a couple of words on artistic patronage and collecting. She was one of the most sort of up-to-date modern of the Medici patrons and collectors. She protected the leading artists of the day from Florence and throughout Italy, as well as artists that had come from Northern Europe and were working in Florence. She commissioned work in the most avant-garde genres and styles, from still life and works on parchment, religious cabinet pictures, portraiture, mythologies and allegories, classical histories, and historiated landscapes. She also commissioned works in large-scale church decorations, fresco and sculpture, and appears to be the most ardent Medici patron of these modern artists, often having introduced them to the Grand Ducal Court, such as Luca Giordano, Onorio Marinari, and Margherita Caffi. We've looked at public image already. She was very much a master of self-fashioning, visual propaganda, piety, spirituality, and philanthropy. She was a deeply pious woman, and as Grand Duchess, she took control of the Medici's court spaces and administered the state's charity work and spiritual undertakings, thereby holding the keys to the kingdom of heaven. And she literally did this. For example, the Medici Relics Chapel, which is this one here in the Pitti Palace, which had a famous collection of holy relics originally established by Archduchess Maria Maddalena d'Austria, was literally taken into custody by the Grand Duchess by eliminating the post of the chapel's official custodian, a male chaplain, appropriating his keys to the chapel. This chapel housed the Medici collection of relics, which were displayed in magnificent reliquaries, specifically commissioned by Victoria's court silversmiths, such as the German Arrigo Brunig. You see here a couple of examples of his work. And she promoted the cults of the local Florentine beati and saints such as Maria Maddalena de' Pazzi, petitioning the Pope for a canonization. She administered dowries for deserving girls and protected women in need and in difficult circumstances, the abused, the poor, and nuns. And I'll finish now. Consuelo, I'll finish now. See, no, finisco. Con Carlo Dolci, a painting after Carlo Dolci, this one particular, the original is lost. Cristo e la Samaritana. And the Samaritan woman is represented as Vittoria della Rovere, and it shows her with Santa Maria Maddalena dei Pazzi. And there's a whole lot of in the spiritual writing of Maddalena dei Pazzi, which refers to the water of the Samaritan woman being like Christ's blood and adding spirituality to the people of Florence. She also designed and had made a gold filigree crown with precious gems to place on the head of the body of Maddalena dei Pazzi at her translation. Courtly magnificence, she ensured that her court was the most resplendent possible, so that its material magnificence and that of her courtiers and ladies in waiting reflected the glory and splendour of its sovereign. She collected objets d'art, paintings, prints, tapestries, other luxury fabrics from France, Spain, England and Flanders, and had a team of court tailors make up luxurious dresses and outfits for herself, her family and her courtiers, for which she paid. For example, this is her daughter-in-law, Princess Marguerite Louise d'Orléans, the Grand Duchess, before she leaves Cosimo and returns to France in 1675. Marguerite Louise only wore bespoke French clothing, and Vittoria della Rovere imported these from the French tailors to the court in Paris for both clothing both for her daughter-in-law and for Cosimo, her son. And then Lorenzo Gabbugiani was her favorite court tailor, and this is the sort of work that was coming out of the Gabbugiani bottega. And finally, dynastic display. She reinforced and legitimated her own political authority via the display of her dynastic pedigree, using portraiture to surround herself and her court with images of her family lineage. She associated the House of Medici and that of the Della Rovere with the major dynastic houses of Europe, creating apposite galleries in her residences to display portraits of these sovereigns, thereby rendering visible her royal networks, such as the Galleria del Giro, located on the first floor of the Grand Duchess's apartment at Poggio Imperiale, which held 96 portraits of European sovereignty. And I'll just go through some of the portraits that she surrounded herself with. This is her cousin's child, the Farnese children, 6 portraits. Maria Teresa d'Austria, the Queen of France, the Queen Mother of France, Anne of Austria. We know that these portraits were in her possession. There's an inventory of her works where they appear. And just to finish, that she was a formidable patron, drawing on the example of Amazonian female forebearers like the femme forte Maria Maddalena d'Austria, and similarly influencing the following generations of Medici women, especially her granddaughter, the Elettrice Palatina Anna Maria Luisa de' Medici. Grand Duchess Vittoria della Rovere remains a pivotal figure in perpetuating Medici women's image of powerful leadership and their matrilineal patronage in spiritual philanthropy, public charity, and the cultural, religious, and educational spheres, in particularly championing the rights of women. Thank you.
Okay, so Madalena, you want to come sit down here? Now we can open the floor to questions and comments. Any questions? Stefania? Yeah, we're tired, I know. Oh, Juliet.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Sorry, I'm in the process of destroying this. Diana, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I've learned a huge amount about Hypatia. I've also seen a lot of very interesting and intriguing sculptures that you've shown us by your key 19th century figures who, developed this very interesting reception. And I was wondering, I was very struck by the sense, however, that we see an almost kind of voyeuristic concentration on the martyred Hypatia. And I really wanted to ask where, beyond Gautier and Leconte de Lille and these sculptural treatments, that we have a sense of Hypatia's, powerful intelligence and power, intellectual power. Because the sculptural representations of her seem to me to be turning her into a kind of objectified image, an objectified construction. Is there any kind of alternative in the 19th century to this kind of treatment?
Well, that's quite a loaded question. I can only talk about the sculptors that I mentioned, okay? And in a way, you're right. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes. In a way, you're right. They're objectifying, but they are sculptors So the major aim is to create a work of art that is going to distinguish them as an artist. Now, the subject, yes, becomes interesting and it becomes fascinating for them, but ultimately, it's about creating a sculpture that can express that kind of difficulty in which Hypatia found herself. Does that make sense? So it's not about sort of glorifying Hypatia, this incredible woman, but it's more about how are they going to create a sculpture that represents their skills. Does that make sense? Did I answer your question?
I suppose it would be very interesting to consider whether there are any kind of responses from female sculptors of the period that might, think of her in terms of a much stronger role model. I'm disturbed at the level of voyeuristic treatment of Hypatia, that her body and, the sculptural mastery of the artist becomes the kind of vehicle for a certain kind of voyeuristic gaze and a concentration on the martyrdom image, which is playing into very dominant tropes at this time.
We don't have, that I know of, we don't have a depiction in the 19th century of female sculptors who are portraying her, who are portraying Hypatia. We don't. But I think there's something else it needs to be understood here. Hypatia represents a cultural period associated with Neoplatonic ideas, and Neoplatonic ideas about symmetry, the creation of a work of art that is symmetrical, that expresses beauty. And I think in a way, what these male sculptors are doing, yes, is voyeuristic because of the quality of the marble that is so white, confronting with the whole idea of the iconography of purity. That's another issue. But they are also want to represent a female that followed, that abided the ideas of proportions and beauty, which is part of Plotinus' Aeneid, Plotinus' ideas about Platonism and the purpose of Platonism. Does that make sense? Thank you. Thank you for your question. I hope I was clear.
Other questions? Yes, please. You need the mic. Okay.
You all for this very okay. Thank you all for these fascinating presentations. Now, yeah, can you hear me? My question is for Adelina. I wanted to know about Vittoria della Rovere. When it comes to allegorical portraits, do we know that's air, like for example in the guise of Herminia or in the guise of the Virgin, according to physical resemblance, or do we also have documents, letters?
Sorry, for those particular examples, we don't have documentary evidence. We're just going on the visual. The two by Cesare Dandini have been disputed whether they are Vittoria della Rovere. It's just that they do show a woman in power and with features, idealized features that are similar to hers. I haven't come across documentation, no. But allegory, I mean, allegories were used in this way during that period. And so it was very much part of a tradition, an iconographic tradition that, yeah.
Thank you.
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
Okay. I was curious about the gentleman, I'm sorry that I don't remember his name, Simone was, about bankers. Do we know a lot of women bankers? I don't know if you were able to hear my question.
Okay, I'm sorry, a big head.
Scusi, conosciamo molte donne che sono banchiere in questo periodo o questa è un'eccezione?
Personalmente non ne conosco nessuna. La Cerrini mi ha colpito in modo particolare perché non era chiamata la moglie di, lei era chiamata la padrona e firmava da sola, ci sono proprio le firme di lei, non sapeva, era semi-analfabeta, però firmava da sola, si faceva scrivere il resto dal inserviente e poi scriveva da sé, si firmava da sola. E quello, cioè, la Cerrini aveva le capacità e l'interesse di fare completamente da sola e lavorava come se il marito non esistesse e il fratello non esistesse.
Ma questa è quasi un'eccezione perché non ci sono molte donne che conosciamo durante quel periodo che hanno questa responsabilità banchiera, vero?
Per quanto ne so io, sì, è un'eccezione totale. Anche nella Chiesa del Gesù è l'unica, Sallustia Cerrini è l'unica che gestisce tutto e i suoi parenti hanno mantenuto i registri contabili e anche dopo la morte di lei hanno portato avanti la banca. È solo lei, non ne conosco delle altre a Roma a fine 500.
E scusi, non ho capito bene, ma come lei aveva tutto questo potere monetario dei soldi? Veniva dalla sua famiglia?
Perché la famiglia Cerrini aveva dei terreni enormi, immensi tra Tarquinia e Galeria, ma soprattutto la madre di Sallustia era Elisabetta Petrucci, la nipote di Pandolfo, il dittatore di Siena, quindi aveva insomma una grande disponibilità economica e la durezza di carattere tipica dei senesi, quindi una bella combinazione per imporsi su Roma.
Grazie, grazie mille, grazie.
Liana, this is Consuelo speaking. I can add from my side, which is not really the same identical argument, but I think it can be used to better understand or to open a new box of research. For instance, Maddalena Corvina, when Maddalena Corvina's mother was dictating her last will to Cassiano del Pozzo, she writes very well that all her belongings had to be given to Maddalena. And so she really makes the lists of all her jewelry, monetary monti, no? The money and what else? No, I have all the testament, and he is particularly committed and concerned in talking to Cassiano del Pozzo that Cassiano had to supervise once she had been passed away, to supervise that Maddalena Corvina would have been the recipient of all her belongings, because most of those belongings were part of Maddalena Corvini's job and works. So I think that also in the field of the monetary independence, if we want, I think that we should start again to look at these arguments with a different gaze and wave of investigation. That is my pretty much I'm pretty much convinced that many of the constraints we have been taught about, no, did exist, but there were a lot of oddities, if we may call them this way, that probably we need to investigate to again better understand the exact role of women in the modern times, in early modern times. That is my my personal idea. So what Simone had just discovered, you know, the fact that these women were bankers, it can from my side could be somehow associated to Maddalena Corvinia's mother's testament. I mean, in the way of a new path of investigation.
But also this, your comment, Consuelo, also goes with what Adelina just presented, a wonderful presentation. This powerful Vittoria delle Rovere, who's also, has this economical power in order to be able to do all the things that she did. Although she was an incredible, you know, intelligent woman, but also she was able to maneuver all of this, which is not a simple matter at that time.
No,
I don't know what Adelina wants to say about that.
Yeah, ha gestito il suo patrimonio. She's the last heir of the Della Rovere, so she inherits what the papacy doesn't get from Urbino when Urban VIII takes over the state of Urbino. Vittoria della Rovere gets the artworks and some territory, allodial possessions, and money from her grandfather. She has, as I mentioned, she has her grandmother's inheritance, jewelry. There's, you know, the will and testament which itemizes all the jewels and the money that she gets from her grandmother, and she gets her mother's dowry returned, but that takes about 10 years for it to happen. And it's really when her husband, her consort, passes away in 1670 that she's really at the height of her economic power. And she also does get an allowance from when her consort was alive. She also got a grand ducal allowance. I think it was 40,000 scudi a year, but she had her own personal income, which might be usual for a woman of power. But then you think of Giovanna d'Austria, couple of grand duchesses before her. She didn't have much money and wasn't able to exercise as much patronage power as Vittoria della Rovere did.
I think it's useful to remember that Vittoria della Rovere's ancestors are women such as Battista da Varano, Elisabetta Gonzaga, Agnese di Montefeltro, Vittoria Colonna, Battista Sforza. So she really came from a family of women of a kind, and whose power, at least intellectual power, goes back to the 1300, to the second half of the 1300. So she can really be seen as a sort of I don't know, the achievement. No,
there is a tradition there of women in her paternal family, but then that's conjoined with the Medici family. Her mother is Claudia de' Medici, Cosimo II's sister. So she's a Medici on both sides. If you say she marries into Medici, she is a Medici on another side. But so you've got the Medici women offering a role model at the Florentine court. But as you say, there is a long tradition of strong and powerful, influential women on her paternal side, and Elisabetta Gonzaga, for example, or Eleonora Gonzaga.
Thank you.
Yeah, you need a microphone.
Okay. If I may add something to that, genius women, the kind of genius women had for finances, for economy. In my recent research for my PhD on Northern art, I came across the case of Paul Bril, daughter-in-law, Anna Rosa. She was an Italian, and she had to deal with the crack of her Bril's family society. Ciriaco Bril, the son of Paul, died broke of a sudden death, and she was forced for 30 years to ask the Santa Maria dell'Anima to provide for her needs. But what makes her superior, not just excuse me for the unpolitically for the politically incorrectness, different from a beggar, is that she was so attentive, so she wanted so much to stress the importance of Paul Bril and his legacy, and even of his husband, Ciriaco, because Ciriaco was a painter, in fact. And she was not the only one. Women in the wives of the artists and the daughters of the artists and women overall in Rome seem to have a sort of a capability of dealing with finances that I could not imagine in my wildest dreams. I used to read a lot the Catechism of the Tridentine Council. Women are not described in positive terms, or other books like that. Instead, they were active. They were shockingly brilliant, much more than their husbands.
The other thing to add to that, and from what you said earlier about Maddalena Corvina, is that the wives of these artisans, of artists and artisans, especially in Northern Europe, but also in Italy, is they inherit the bottega and run the bottega when they're widows, when their husbands die, and they run the finances and become, in a sense, head of the household. And I think, I can't remember who mentioned one of the women in the talks yesterday, saying how she was head of the household, and that's something that we need to look more at. Non mi ricordo se era tu, forse Maximilian. Did you mention household, a woman as head of the household? No, va bene. Comunque, we need to look at, and Sandra Cavallo has done a lot of work on artisan bottega and this, but we need to give credit where credit is due. So yeah, okay, grazie.
Barbara Longi, when her father died, she took over the bottega.
Sì, come Elisabetta Sirani.
And she not only took care of the workshop or la bottega, but also of the farm, with the farm, with cattle and all kind of, running a farm, una tenuta, con mangiare, con vini, con formaggi, con animali, tutto. Yeah. So that goes even back. I mean, we're talking about 1590 in the case of Barbara Longi. But there are many women artists who did that. And you're right. We should study more of this. You're right. Yeah.
Yes, and I think that to conclude that as long as we are all in debt to Linda Nocklin's essays, 1971 essays, when she states that the reason why there haven't been so many great artists is because of a lot of constraints, including the financial ones. And again, although we are in debt to her, I think that we should start to again investigate differently. So just taking off these kind of paradigms we have been teaching and learning for 50 years. So there's more to discover with a different lens. That is my perception. Yeah.
Okay, we have done. So there is a tea break. 5 o'clock, we will be presenting the first volume of the AIWAC #1. Thank you.
Grazie mille. Grazie Consuelo, grazie Adelina.
Grazie a te Eliana, grazie.
Ciao a tutti.
welcome back, or welcome for those who are here for the first time. Sorry for my voice. So we go straight forward to the presentation of the book, and we are very delighted and honored to introduce to you Mrs. Dr. Jirki Thibault. Jirki Thibault is the publishing manager of Brepols, the publishing houses which accepted to publish the proceedings of AIWAC. And so here we go. The first volume is ready, and me and Adelina wanted to thank Jirki for her commitment and hard work to make it done. And the volume, to us at least, came out wonderful. So, Jirki, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Fabio, do you give it good to go? Okay, thank you very much. So yeah, I'm Jirki Thibault, a publishing manager at Brepols. And last year we proudly announced a new Brepols book series, Women in the Arts, New Horizons, with Consuelo and Adelina as fantastic series editors. And the Women in the Arts book series celebrates the contribution of women to the arts, whether as supporters of art or artists themselves. And such a series was very much needed. Gendered art history is a growing field of study. There is a growing list of exhibitions on female artists, and more museums are putting gendered and women art on display. And at the same time, there is a lot of innovative and new research going on, as we heard today and yesterday. And scholars are bringing forward new insights into how we can fit women in the art historical conversation. So there is a lot going on. And yeah, there is also a need for a structural platform, a dedicated book series to disseminate all this new and innovative research. And that's also why Brepols is very happy with the partnership with Adelina and Consuelo, and that we, thanks to their support and engagement and enthusiasm, were able to launch a new book series on women in the arts. As said, the book series aims to enhance the visibility of women to the arts, broadly speaking, visual arts, architecture, literature, illumination, and material culture. And the series stands on its own, so if you're brooding on an interesting idea for a monograph or an edited volume, please don't hesitate to reach out to the series editors or to me. We warmly welcome new proposals, both from junior scholars as a bit more senior scholars. But at the same time, the series is also closely linked to the annual International Women in the Arts Conference. The series and the conference share the same values and aims to create a dialogue between artists, industry professionals, and scholars to stimulate research on female artists and female contributions to the arts in general. And in addition, the series will also host the proceedings of this AIWAC conference. It's therefore with great pride and pleasure that we announce publication of the proceedings of the first annual International Women in the Arts Conference. That is at the very same time, the very first publication in the series. The title of the volume is Women in Arts, Architecture and Literature, Heritage, Legacy and Digital Perspectives. Literature, art and architecture are often seen as very masculine domains, yet there have been many women who have played a crucial role in the development of these arts, and this collection of essays bring these women to the fore. And we have various contributions in different languages from the Middle Ages until the 20th century. And as a collection, the volume sheds a new light on the heritage and legacy of women in the creative arts and architecture, and I have no doubt that it will kickstart a very interesting and new dialogue among scholars. So if you're interested, you already saw the book, but feel free to thumb through it or to take a look at our website. We have a very beautiful hardback, richly illustrated with color images, but the volume is also available as an ebook, both as ePDF and as a full text ebook. And during the conference, you can benefit from a nice conference discount, of course. At the same time, the second publication in the series is also upcoming. It's a monograph written by Christine Danka on medieval mausoleums, monuments, and manuscripts from 12th to 14th century France. So stay tuned for that publication. It will be out probably in April. Last but not least, I would like to thank Consuelo and Adelina, and not only from Papers, but also from me personally. You've built up this network from scratch and organized already 3 beautiful and fantastic conferences with a very interesting and impressive program. And the series and the conference is all about female artists, but organizing a conference and turning it into a book is an art in itself. And without your enthusiasm and your brilliance, this book wasn't possible. And we're looking very much forward to continue our collaboration and publish many more volumes. Of course, I also wish to thank the contributors to the volume. They have written some fantastic articles that will inspire many scholars. And lastly, I also wish to thank the Rome Center of the Arkansas University for hosting this conference. So without further ado, I hereby officially present the first publication in the Women in the Arts series, and I wish you all a happy reading. Thank you very much for your attention.
I'd like to speak on behalf of Consuelo and myself, again to thank Jirki and Breppels for really supporting us in this endeavour. I approached Breppels because I've published with them before, and with the request if they would publish the first volume of the proceedings of AIWAC 2021, and was pleasantly surprised when Breppels offered us a series rather than just a one-off publication. And that's how Women in the Arts New Horizons began. And both Consuelo and I have worked together with the contributors, all the contributors and the presenters of the papers in the first conference, very, very hard with Jirki and her team at Breppels to put together this beautiful volume. And it really is a lovely presentation. And yes, and I'll invite you to buy it, all to buy it. There is a 20% discount, is that correct? If you order online?
Yeah, if you order online, 20% discount, so it will be 104 euros, including free shipping.
With free shipping. Okay. Would you like to say something?
I would just want to make you know the content of it. So, Ade, if you can please. So the volume is following practically the sessions we had in the first edition of the conference, and there was session number 1, literature and illumination, with a very brilliant many, of course, essays and articles, but there was one in particular by Laura Mercader Amigó, Escribir en la amistad femenina, la sociedad y el discurso sobre la amistad de Mary Bale. Then there was part number 2, Patrons and Collectors, with the presence of one of the most renowned scholars in the field of women in the arts, Catherine Powell Warren, who presents an article, Labor and Art Succeeded Where Nature Falls Short, the patronage and artist networking of Agnes' blog. Women at Work was the third session, and it's the third part of the volume, which sees the presence, among the others, of Alexandra Massini, who presents an article, Maria Mancini, the woman behind the Artemisia tapestries in the Colonna collection, and to whom we are also indebted for the generous permission to use as a cover page the painting from Galleria Colonna. And I want to thank, even if she could not be here, Patrizia Pergiovanni, the direttrice of Galleria Colonna, who along with Alexandra Massini, gave us the permit to use it as a cover page, I mean, without paying the rights. So that is very important for scholar books, as we know very well. Part number 4 is just early modern, and among the others, there is one of the two articles of a very young but promising scholar, Nadek Xuereb. In this part, she's presenting Suor Maria de Dominici, 1645-1703, the first woman female artist in the Maltese Islands. And then in part number 5, it is modern and contemporary. And just to be on a kind of timely argument, there is an article presented by Elisabetta Miroshnikova, Valentine Gross-Hugo, the first female artist in the Surrealism, and during the process of the book, of the proceedings of the volume, we could not reach her out because of the war. So, and again, it's a kind of timely topic even for the argument we are covering in this present edition. Last but not least, I want to thank, and I hope she's going to follow us remotely, Maria Elena Diaz-Jorge, who is a catedratica from Granada University in Spain, and she was enlightening us during the conference, and she is, of course, presenting in the present volume From the Palace to the House, Women and Architecture in 16th Century Spain. Part of it is dedicated to the Alhambra in Granada, a place to which Maria Elena Diaz-Jorge devoted some 20 years of his scholarships and career. And then again, I want to thank Adelina, but because there was the pandemic, so we were thinking how to make it the safe and and healthy and whatever. And so I was asked by my university to think something to reload. What is the Juliet, to reload our center? And so I asked them to organize this conference. And the first person I was thinking to was Adelina, so I called her right away. I was in Rome, she was in Melbourne, Australia, and we started working together to have this done. And so, and again, it's a kind of dream which came true, and really we are looking forward to the second edition, the third edition too. I just want to take the occasion also to anticipate that for all the participants of the third edition, you will receive soon the style sheets and and all the norms to follow up and to start working on the third edition of the volume. Thank you. If you have questions, we are overwhelmed of questions, but I'm kidding. But just if you have curiosity of questions, Jirki, better than us, can probably reply. I don't know. Alexander, hold on, because we need the microphone.
Can you hear me? Yes, evidently. So I wanted to thank you for this project of turning this into a whole series, because I think that just like this conference that is very bravely organized by Professor Modesti and Professor Lollobrigida, I think it fills the gap. I think that this kind of research into the activities of women in the arts and
we don't hear you. We don't hear you, Alexander. No.
No.
Come closer to here. Probably it's gonna. Yes.
So, yes, maybe that's better. So the fact that this is turning into a full series, and hopefully all the proceedings of every AIWAC will be published adequately. But I just wanted to point out how important it is that indeed this gap is being filled finally, because it's definitely patrons, it's definitely artists, architectural workers, but also artists who work in the minor arts, and as we've seen in the various conferences, that oftentimes get lost. So I have a question for you, because I mean, you evidently had already a publication with Professor Modesti, and so I was wondering how, from the editorial side, I think this was an opportunity to find out how to fill a gap that already existed. And so I wanted to have your take on this, and what led you to this decision of embarking into doing a full series about this.
Okay, thank you. Is it on?
I'm not sure if I should put this off.
Okay. You can hear me? I will stand up. Yeah, thank you for your question. Yeah, actually, a conference is always a good way to start a new book series. Book series, the origin of book series, their birth, so to speak. Yeah, it's always a bit different from book series to book series. But the advantage of organizing a conference and then using the presentations as a basis for proceedings or for edited volumes is always beneficial for us, because it's a platform. You're sure that there is a structure around it. There are people attending the conference, giving the presentation. So there's a lot of input of new research, and it's also a conference always a stimulus for new and innovative research, where people can sometimes, try something new and new methodologies, and to ask for input from their peers, and always gives very cool studies, and it's always a great source for publications and also a series. But also at the same time, we also felt the need for a book series such as Women in the Arts, because we also felt also within our own collections that this was a gap. We have a lot of stuff on art in general, but nothing specifically dedicated to women in the arts, to female artists or of women contributing to arts otherwise. And on the other hand, we had several series on women and gender studies, but nothing specifically focused on the art aspect. So it was a nice combination of both fields. And yeah, the question of Adelina was just very timely. So we saw this as a good opportunity, and that's why we reached out for such a book series.
Well, if you have no more questions, I would say idem issa est, just because we are in Rome, the city of the Catholic Church. I'm kidding. I'm sorry a little bit because I'm late. I'm tired. I'm sorry. Well, the dinner will be served at 7:30 instead of 7. There is a little bit of delay because of the congestion of traffic of Rome is always a mystery. And so for those who will be joining us for the dinner, we'll see you later. For those who will not, goodbye. For the other ones, we'll come tomorrow morning. See you tomorrow at 9-ish here for the third and the last day. I do remember you that there will be a strike tomorrow. It's very unusual, in Rome to have a strike. So that's why ish, because you are pretty much living next to the center. We are not really that near. We're not very far, but so we take 15 minutes to come up to here. But it depends on the traffic and the taxi we hopefully gonna find and take to come up to here tomorrow. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jirki. Thank you, Adelina. And see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Consuelo. And Fabio.